Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole meeting of Tuesday, June 1st. Just a reminder that no final decisions will be made here today, just recommendations that will be made and forwarded to the June 15th Council meeting. Quick note, according to health protocols and the situation, today only the clerk and myself are in council chambers. The rest of council is zooming in and certainly fully participating. So before we start today, in light of the tragic recent news, I ask that we pause to honor the 215 children whose remains were found at the former Kamloops Residential School in British Columbia. Flags have been lowered across our municipality as a sign of our solidarity with our First Nations community. And on behalf of council and the entire municipality, we send condolences to the survivors and their families. Please join me in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. I'm going to call the meeting to order. I'm going to ask for a motion, please, for the adoption of the agenda. Moved by Councillor Elmsley, seconded by Councillor Vale. Any discussion? Call the question. All in favor? That motion's passed. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in anything on today's agenda? Seeing none. We're going to move right into presentations, and we have a timed appointment. Our first presentation, 4.1, Dr. Natalie Bocking, Medical Officer of Health, Haliburton, Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit, doing a presentation on the safety of off-road vehicles on roads, and I'm going to ask the Chair of the Health Unit, Councillor Elmsley, just to give her a brief introduction. Go ahead, Doug.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the opportunity to introduce our new Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Natalie Bocking, to Council today. She has been with us since, I believe, April the 8th, where she replaced our interim Medical Officer of Health, Dr. Ian Gemmell, and of course, he was standing in for Dr. Lynn Noseworthy, who retired in December. Dr. Bocking comes to us with very nice credentials and very nice background in public health. She was educated in both Canada and Australia, and her most recent efforts in public health took place in Northern Ontario. And apropos of our minute of silence, she did a lot of work with the Indigenous communities in that area. So without further ado, I will say that Dr. Bocking is a resident of the city of Kawartha Lakes with her family, where they have a farm. So Dr. Bocking, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Emily. Just doing a sound check that everyone can hear me okay.
We can hear you just fine. Go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon, and thank you for the invitation to speak from a public health perspective on the implications of expanding off-road vehicle access and municipal roads for City of Kawartha Lakes. And as the introduction that Councillor Emsley provided, I feel particularly passionate about this as a resident of City of Kawartha Lakes, and as someone who's also quite passionate about public health. So moving on to the next slide, please. So I guess as a reminder, so Halliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit, our mandate is to promote and protect the health of residents throughout the region. Our mandate is through provincial legislation, and we follow the Ontario Public Health Standards, which includes a specific injury prevention protocol. Are included in our mandate is to specifically address road safety to reduce the burden of preventable injuries. We also have policy and health promotion work related to promoting active transportation and supporting the creation of age-friendly communities. Next slide, please. So in the next 10 minutes, I will just outline some of the local data, which I think most will have already seen, speak very briefly to the research findings, and just end with a few final comments on summary of the public health perspective on expansion of off-road vehicle access. So next slide, please. A quick note on terminology, and again, I imagine that most are familiar with this. When I'm speaking of off-road vehicles, so inclusive of all-terrain vehicles, side-by-side ATVs, utility terrain vehicles, and off-road motorcycles, and not including snowmobiles except where specified. And we refer to off-road related incidents as either on roadways or traffic related, or off roadways or non-traffic related. So next slide, please. So this first graph is a graph of the of age standardized emergency visits attributed to off-road vehicles, specifically in the jurisdiction of Halliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit. There's a couple of lines I'll point out. So this is over a 5-year time frame between 2015 to 2019. The solid orange line at the bottom is the Ontario average age standardized rate for emergency visits from off-road vehicles. The brown dotted line, which is somewhat in the middle, is the combined HKPR age standardized rate. And I'm sure you're looking for the CKL specific rate, which is the red dotted line, which is about in the middle. So what we see from this is that between 2015 and 2019, the age standardized rate of emergency visits from off-road vehicle incidents increased from 174.9 to 226 visits per 100,000 people. This time frame and these rates include a total of 602 emergency department visits for an average of approximately 120 emergency department visits per year related to off-road vehicle incidents. What's not included in this graph, as the data wasn't readily available, is how does HKPR compare to other health units or other regions in the province. The Ontario provincial rate obviously includes urban centres where off-road vehicles are not as common. The data that we do have available is a combination of both ORV and snowmobile data. When we look at the data between 2015 and 2019, HKPR District Health Unit is actually in the top 4 every year of health units with the highest rate of emergency department visits from off-road vehicles and snowmobiles combined. And for 2019, HKPR had the second highest age standardized rate for emergency department visits. You move on to the next slide, please. So this graph is to give you a sense of what the age distribution is of both emergency department visits and hospitalizations related to off-road vehicle incidents, again, between the time frame of 2015 to 2019. The green bars represent emergency department visits and the red bars represent hospitalizations. When we look specifically at the green bars or emergency department visits, the majority of visits are occurring in the younger population. So 10 to 19-year-olds old, we see 30% of the emergency department visits related to off-road vehicles, and then the next highest of 20 to 29-year-olds. If we look at the age distribution for hospitalizations, it's somewhat more, I guess, distributed equally across younger age populations and older populations, with above age 60 decreasing after that. So if we move on to the next slide, please. So those two slides were a quick glimpse at the data that we do have available that's specific to City of Kawartha Lakes. The next couple of slides I'll focus on is looking at the literature or the evidence that's available regarding off-road vehicles and injuries coming from other jurisdictions. So most of these studies are coming out of the United States, where they take large data sets related to emergency department visits, hospitalizations, and use these data sets to produce studies about the impact of off-road vehicle access. So the research to date, or the studies that are available, have indicated that there are higher rates of fatalities and injuries for off-road vehicles on roadways compared to off-roadways. So the off-roadways would, I guess, are somewhat self-explanatory. So that would be trail use or off the road. Roadways can be paved or unpaved. They've noted that being on roadways, or the reason for these higher rates of fatalities and injuries are attributed to on roadways having a higher risk of collisions with other motor vehicles, as well that there are certain design characteristics of off-road vehicles that have made them particularly more unsafe on roadways relative to trail use. So moving to the next slide, please. Some additional research findings, which speaks to some of the, I guess, associations of what's bringing people into emergency departments. So they have found that the majority of off-road vehicle-related emergency department visits tend to occur over the weekend, so from Fridays to Sundays. Most are related to recreational use of off-road vehicles. And I think what was also important to note here is that accidents involving off-road vehicles are classified as non-traffic accidents unless the contrary is stated. So they might be underreported related to traffic accidents. The next slide shows some very specific data to Ontario in terms of the risk factors that have been associated with injuries secondary to off-road vehicle use in Ontario. This was a provincial study put out by Public Health Ontario. So those risk factors that have been associated include alcohol and drug use, so substance use, riding at night, lack of helmet use, and excessive speed. Next slide, please. So in addition to looking at the data related to injuries associated with off-road vehicle use in CKL, as well as the research findings or literature reviews related to off-road vehicle use and accidents, another consideration from a public health perspective is how policy related to off-road vehicles also impacts other public health initiatives such as the Active Transportation Master Plan, which is an ongoing initiative of the City of Kawartha Lakes. And so as you are looking at the impact of one policy, how will that impact another policy related to health and public health? So I guess planting the reminder that active transportation systems really are designed to create infrastructure to support citizens to be active in how they're engaging in their day-to-day activities and expanding opportunities for active recreational activities and opportunities. So from a purely public health perspective, taking into consideration the data related to injury as well as the evidence from literature reviews, our recommendation is to restrict off-road vehicles to trail use only. I know that as community leaders, there are many things that you take into consideration when making decisions for community members, and public health is one of those considerations of many. Move to the next slide, please. As such, if there is a gradient of risk reduction measures that you can take when considering how and if to expand off-road vehicle use, I think there's some additional things that you can take into consideration in terms of a graded response. So for example, you can look at restrictions related to off-road vehicles and for rural arterial municipal roads and looking at how you might restrict them on sections of roads or roads that have characteristics that lend them to being less safe for off-road vehicles. And the next slide, please. I think there has been quite a lot of focus provincially on specific, I think, regulations that can support safe use of off-road vehicles. And with that, we would encourage you to consider bylaws and other enforcement measures that would specify and enforce such important risk factors as speed limits, times that off-road vehicles are allowed to operate, knowing that the highest risk of injury and fatalities is at nighttime, aligning timing of access with that of the trail system, and really enforcing and ensuring the aspects of other provincial regulations related to minimum age and other safety requirements, such as the need for helmets. With that, we'd encourage there to be a campaign or an initiative that's ensuring appropriate education of those people that enjoy or continue to use off-road vehicles to ensure their ongoing safe use, and that they understand that the risks and what roads are certainly considered safe and not safe. And that you work with local police services to look at how you might enforce different bylaws or initiatives to ensure the ongoing safe use, taking into consideration what we know about the leading risk factors for injury and what we know in terms of the current rates of injury within the City of Kawartha Lakes related to off-road vehicles. And to I think the final slide. So I think a couple of summary points. I think so. As I mentioned before, lots of things that you're considering in these decisions, and so I am appreciative of the balance in meeting demand from community and the health and safety implications. So, in summary, some things that we would hope you would take into consideration, including the health implications for off-road vehicle users if there is increased access on municipal roads. Safety implications for not just the off-road vehicles themselves, but also other road users, including both motor vehicles as well as pedestrians and pedal bicycles. How it impacts the development of the active transportation master plan, and as well as how it impacts safe accessibility within settlement areas. So I will close my presentation there, and thank you very much for the time. We have provided to the Off-Road Vehicle Task Force the data information that's been made available to you today, as well as the literature review, and the health unit would continue to be pleased to offer any additional information as needed. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Bocking. I'll just get a motion to receive for that very balanced presentation, and if you've got a few minutes, we'll see if there's any questions for you. Moved by Councillor Richardson, seconded by Councillor Elmsley to receive. Are there any questions for Dr. Bocking? Councillor Richardson, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank Dr. Bocking for bringing this presentation to us today. As you know, I am a member on the board, and I requested this report through your staff looking for an update. And we are all aware that Bill 107 is happening around us. We have significant off-road vehicle growth across the City of Kawartha Lakes, which is a combination of urban and rural. So the question is, how do we manage this growth safely and legally? And this is why we've come up with some recommendations. Also beyond the road use, regarding the studies that you've indicated that are risky behaviors such as the impaired driving, excessive speed, lack of protective equipment, I think it plays a much larger role in ATV collisions, that whether it's on or off the road. I think clearly we need to do a better job in trying to manage these issues, maybe through rider education, more communication, stewardship, and police enforcement. Like I said, as the council, we took this upon us because the province was making changes, and we wanted to be able to come up with some reasonable solutions that would help us manage this with not compromising everybody and respecting all interests across City of Kawartha Lakes. So thank you again for coming today.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Bocking, for your very informative report. Just a couple of quick questions. They use the V86 category. Am I to understand that also includes dirt bikes, etc., or is it just strictly 100% ATVs?
So I believe it also does include dirt bikes. I'd have to go back and double check, pull up the actual data report, and I can clarify that for you.
That tends to be the way I read the report, that it does. And when I break down your numbers, and I understand that some are reported and some aren't, over the 5-year period, we had 48 hospitalization accidents in that category, and a possibility of a high of 5. And I just did the quick math, and that works out to, at the high level, of approximately 5.3 accidents per year, requiring some level of hospitalization. So my question to you is a multi-question, actually. Do we have, or does your report or your study have any indication at all as to whether or not they were ATV accidents or whether or not they were off-road vehicle dirt bike accidents? And under causation, you talk about impaired driving, wearing of helmets, and impaired driving has been with us, unfortunately, for about 120 years now. I don't see a solution in the near future. I think that people are slowly but surely becoming more cognizant of it, and hopefully doing it less often. But some days I think that, and some days I just give up my, throw up my hands. And so, do you have any idea of the 5 accidents per year with the broad category, whether or not they're dirt bikes and whether or not we have drunks driving? Because we have drunks driving everywhere else. So I expect we got drunks driving ATVs and snow machines and boats as well.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Dunn. So in relation to the second part of the question, so substance use or impaired driving on off-road vehicle use, we don't have that specific number available. So we don't have it broken down further in relation to that. With regards to the first part of your question, whether or not this can be broken down into dirt bikes and off-road vehicles. So I've actually just pulled up the study and I'm re-looking at the description of the data. And I note that it does state that it includes codes for all-terrain or off-road motor vehicles, but excludes motorcycles and three-wheeled motor vehicles. When I'm looking at, so within that V8 category, there were only some that were selected to include in the tables. And what I'm seeing is I think that it does not actually include most of the dirt bikes, but in order to confirm, I will double check with our epidemiologists which codes they included.
Yes, because that would be perfect, because the report does go on to say, except for motorcycles designed for use on trails, that there's, so that's why I'm asking that question, because we do have dirt bikes around that are only supposed to be on trails, etc., and we do find them on the roads, and that's why I'm asking you that question. And it'll be, we're talking an average of 5 accidents a year. I mean, people like to say 45%, but it's 5 accidents a year, and it would be nice to say, and 3 of those are dirt bikes, or 3 of them are ATVs, or whatever, but actually have a figure on it. The other question I have is in the report, and I just simply don't understand what they mean. They talk about lower 95% confidence interval, upper 95% confidence interval. What does that mean?
So confidence intervals are a tool that statistics use and epidemiology use to determine if something is considered statistically significant. So if you're comparing a rate from one year and a rate from another year, and we're looking to see if they're statistically different from each other, then confidence intervals help us to see whether or not it is a true difference or whether it could still just be by chance that they seem to be different. And so the upper and lower confidence intervals help us to really interpret and determine whether or not those changes are significant or not, for example, over time.
And during your presentation, you quoted studies and so on and so forth. And unfortunately, most of those studies that you quoted were from the States. We all know that our brothers to the south are a little bit more lax in a lot of things, and safety being one of them. Do we have any idea when they were building their studies whether they would have the same level of standards that we would have?
So my understanding is that most states might have slightly different regulations, similar to across provinces or across jurisdictions here. So it does vary. The tools that we use to collect the data sets are somewhat universal in terms of the coding that happens when somebody comes to the emergency department. So some of the core terms that we'd be looking at in the studies, is it paved or unpaved? Is it on-road versus off-road? Those sorts of variables would be the same. In terms of other regulations, for example, what the speed limit is it higher or lower than here? What the age limits are? Those might be different, but are typically taken into consideration in any study design to ensure that you're comparing apples to apples and not kind of apples to oranges as we might be doing if we're worried about different jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of, I guess probably just one more question. Do you think it's fair to punish people that haven't committed a crime because of crimes of other people?
Good. So you might have to rephrase the question so that I fully understand it.
So the vast majority of ATV riders obey the law. They wear their helmets, they drive at the posted speed limits. And if you notice in our recommendations, we've pretty much copied yours, or you've pretty much copied ours, whoever said it first, I'm not sure. But the recommendations for safety are pretty much standard. In fact, a lot of our recommendations aren't our recommendations of the actual law. And I recognize that there are people out there that choose to flaunt the law. And that's, once again, something you find anywhere and in every endeavor. So what my question is, do you think we should be punishing people that choose not to flaunt the law for people that choose to flaunt the law, or should we just try to catch the guys that are doing it?
So the angle that I take is framed by public health, right? So my brain is thinking from a public health perspective, and I can think of lots of examples where we choose to enhance regulations to protect the public that might be seen as punishment by some because they're not flaunting the law, but it is overall trying to protect the public overall. So we can look at things in history such as seatbelts and speed limits, and there are many people that would follow the rules without enhanced regulations, but in the interest of safety for community overall, it's about promoting safety and health and not from a punishment lens.
Okay. So would you like to comment on which is more dangerous, an ATV going 20 kilometers an hour on a street, or a F-150 going 50 as far as children?
Councillor Dunn, maybe that question's better directed toward the police, Councillor Dunn, and not our health doctor, if that's okay. I've got a few other questions, but thank you for that. Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question to Dr. Bocking. Thanks for the presentation. I've just been reading about Transport Canada, and apparently they're going to be eventually mandating that every dealership who markets or sells ATVs will give the purchaser will have to have a mandatory safety test. Like, we can't govern private sales, and hopefully private sales go along fine, but in your opinion, would that not be a positive thing to have that legislation or have that rule that every dealership would have to give a safety course before that vehicle leaves the lot as a proactive measure for safety? Thanks. So
I understand the question to be that would that be beneficial and support safe use of off-road vehicles if at every sale they were providing safety courses? And so yes, I think that that's important federal regulation that would continue to promote safe use of off-road vehicles.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? I know your time is short, Dr. Bocking, but I have a quick question. So we're talking a lot in the presentation, and I want to clarify my comments. Any accident is one accident too many. But when we talk about an active lifestyle, and from a health unit perspective, how do we factor in mental health? And I mean, for some people, getting on an ATV and riding, on a country, not a country road, but in the bush, is important to them from a mental health perspective. Maybe they're not that mobile. Maybe they just enjoy, getting out in the backcountry, and that's their way to do it. So I know what we're talking about here is road linkages, to our trails. It's not at this point about, opening up rural roads to have ATVs go everywhere. I totally get your concern when we talk about that. But a road linkage, where 20 kilometers an hour, and a specific route through town to access a trail to enable maybe more people to enjoy that relaxation, or for what for them might be a mental health perspective. I mean, there's always going to be risk, right? I mean, there's risk in everything we do. And just today, the OPP sent me a report that says there's been, so far in the province, year to date, there's been 34 collisions with bicycles, automobiles and bicycles on the road, unfortunately with 2 fatalities. So, every time we venture out and try to, whether we're being active or from a mental health perspective, we're taking a risk at what we do. And can you just help me a little bit put that in perspective? Because, I'm struggling with some of this too. And, some people like to ride an ATV, some people like to ride a bicycle. And, it's important we respect what people want to do from their own perspective. And I just wondered if you can comment on that.
Mm-hmm. So I agree with you. There's no such thing as zero risk, and I think that that's not what we strive for. We strive for risk reduction and for keeping people safe as best as we can. Your other point regarding balancing impacts and health impacts is also important. And right now, we're encouraging people to go outside, and in the times of COVID, encouraging them to do it on their own or within their own household. So I think that finding that balance within the environment of risk reduction is challenging. I think if you're looking at the mental health impacts of being outside, I agree that they are important, and I think that you would, if you're looking at whether or not restricting off-road vehicle use for limited access areas is going to impact that, then I think you could also ask, are there other ways to then support that use for them to be used on trails or other initiatives, so that there is, I think that to achieve that balance between the mental health impacts and the risks associated with off-road vehicles. There's not a perfect answer, which is why these very easy decisions are made to council such as yourselves, right? They're challenging decisions, and you're advocating and trying to balance on the best interests of all of the constituents that you represent.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Any final questions? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. I'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you very much for joining us today, Dr. Bocking, and bringing your perspective from a health unit to our discussions today. Much appreciated. Have a great day.
It was a pleasure. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's move down to item 4.2, which is our 2021 Accessibility Awareness Recognition Awards presentation. I'm going to turn it over again to our Councillor Elmsley, who is the chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee, just to introduce the group. Go ahead, Councillor Elmsley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a clarification, I am not the chair of the Accessibility Committee, but I am very pleased today to be able to introduce this topic. Today, Council, in partnership with the Kawartha Lakes Accessibility Advisory Committee, will recognize the people, organizations, and groups for the work that they do to improve accessibility throughout Kawartha Lakes. The presentation of the 13th Annual Accessibility Awareness Recognition Awards is one way in which Kawartha Lakes Council and the Accessibility Advisory Committee will celebrate National Accessibility Awareness Week that runs from May 30th to June 5th, and the national theme of Leaving No One Behind. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Peters, who is the chair of the group that works on accessibility awards, and thank all of the recipients and thank Ms. Peters and that task force for the work they do.
Thank you, Councillor Elmsley. Our first recipient is for outstanding contribution by a business, Dr. David Lane and team. While Dr. Lane is an ophthalmologist who specializes in macular degeneration and other optic issues, he and his team show great compassion and empathy for all of their patients. As a high percentage of his patients have severe vision loss, it is obvious that he and his team are attuned to the needs of persons with visual impairments. Their care and compassion does not end there. Whether it is offering a helping hand with a walker, calmly repeating instructions for a person with hearing impairment, assisting with wheelchairs or any other disability, the team take everything in stride. Patients are not made to feel burdensome and are respected by all staff at the facility. As many patients have appointments very regularly, monthly or every 6 weeks, the staff quickly learn the challenges each person has. If a patient is hard of hearing and cannot hear their name being called, the team member will go to that patient and inform them in a respectful manner. Our first award, Dr. David Lane and team, outstanding contribution by a business. And unfortunately, Dr. Lane is unable to be here today because he's busy looking after his many patients. Our next award goes to Outstanding Business, Subway of Lindsay. Subway in Whitney Town Center in Lindsay are being nominated for their excellence and accessible customer service. The nominator outlines the following in their nomination. In the summer, I visited Lindsay Subway location. Because of COVID restrictions, I went into the business alone. While ordering, the woman made a comment about me wearing sunglasses on a rainy day. I explained that I was legally blind and they were tinted to help with the glare. Since that visit, whenever I am in this location, the staff are always quick to offer assistance. If they see me having difficulty with the drink machine or the door, they will come and help me out. They also know that I have difficulty seeing if someone is getting close to me or is in the path to the door, so they let me know that as well. Not all locations have such helpful and courteous staff, so great job, Lindsay Subway. Our next award is for outstanding contribution by a community group, Fenelon Falls Curling Club. The Fenelon Falls Curling Club has been in continuous operation for more than 100 years. During that time, it has contributed to the growth and well-being of the community. It offers winter sports for a wide variety of people, including children, young adults, business people, and seniors. They are an integral part of the community and contribute volunteers to many community activities and events. They provide a curling venue for schools at no cost, an active junior program, a business league, and a place for many seniors to meet, get exercise, and socialize. In the past, they have welcomed people with accessibility issues and have given over the club for their enjoyment. In 2020, during the first COVID lockdown, on a volunteer basis, they delivered groceries from Sobeys to people who were homebound or shut-ins and continued for a 3-month period. Many of the people served by this service had accessibility or other health issues, which precluded them from being able or comfortable to do their own shopping. This was a valuable and needed service and much appreciated by the recipients and the public at large. Outstanding contribution by a community group, Fenelon Falls Community Curling Club. Our next award is for outstanding contribution by an individual, Mike Perry. Mike has helped to break down barriers in the city of Kawartha Lakes for many years in many capacities. In 2015, he founded the Kawartha Lakes Disability Income Equality Coalition and was very involved in a lobbying day at Queen's Park. Through his involvement with Lindsay and District Chamber of Commerce, Mike co-led a diversity and inclusion campaign. Mike embraces the need for accessibility and inclusivity in his business and personal life. He has been known to rent a ramp to ensure that visitors to his home can easily visit. Mike Perry is doing his part and more to make the city of Kawartha Lakes more accessible for all of its residents. Outstanding contribution, City of Kawartha Lakes employee or team. This goes to Parks, Recreation, and Culture Division. Congratulations is extended to the Parks and Recreation Division for their well-deserved award from Ontario Parks Association for the design category of Logie Park in Lindsay. An inclusive setting was designed with widened paved walkways, accessible playground with rubberized matting, and a splash pad, along with accessible washrooms and change room areas. Much work and energy has gone into this project, as well as many others during 2020. The list is long, which includes the addition of an accessible kayak dock at Old Mill Park in partnership with the Lindsay Rotary Club, the Bobcaygeon Beach Park project, inclusion of accessible washroom facilities at the park in Omemee, and Centennial Campgrounds, new entrance at Victoria Park Armory, enhancement at the Woodville Arena, to name a few. The team not only has a long list of accomplishments, they've kept inclusivity, accessible public places top in mind in the design and completion. Congratulations and sincere thanks to Jen Johnson, Rodney Porter, Ryan Smith, and the entire Parks, Recreation, and Culture team. Outstanding build or modification, Thrill, Therapeutic Horse Riding in Lindsay. Therapeutic Horse Riding in Lindsay, Thrill, is a program that reaches out to support the special needs community to provide adaptive therapy riding lessons on superbly trained horses with certified coaches. Since 2015, their programs have brought joy and recreational therapy into the lives of the participants. Enrollment in 2020, before being scaled back due to COVID, was at its highest ever, with 35 riders a week initially registered. Thrill was the recipient of an Accessibility Awareness Award in 2016 for community group. Since their award in 2016, they have continued to add assistive features which provide greater physical access to their services for people with disabilities. This year, they are recognized for these modifications. Most recently, in order to continue to serve their most challenged participants, Thrill was able to install a lift that will aid the mounting and dismounting with an electronic mechanical hoist. This project has been a major project for Thrill for the past 2 years. Participants who were unable to stand and are too heavy to be lifted manually will be hoisted from the mounting platform over and onto a horse or pony. But there's still more. Currently, Thrill is in the process of training their coaches and volunteers to work with their new driving pony. The goal is to open their therapy driving program, complete with an accessible cart that allows a wheelchair to be rolled up and join the instructor. This will allow participants that do not have the physical skills to sit on a horse or pony to join the program in a pony driving carriage. The driving cart itself has a hydraulic platform that lowers the cart and a ramp that makes wheelchair access easy. Thrill continues to innovate and remove barriers with its mandate to improve the quality of life for all those with physical, intellectual, and emotional challenges through its equine therapy program. And our final award is the Barbara MacArthur Award of Distinction, presented to Jim Armstrong. Jim has been working quietly and diligently behind the scenes for many years to help ensure that our community of Fenelon Falls is as accessible, inclusive, and diverse as possible. He recognizes that social and physical infrastructure can and should benefit all. Always on his mind are the questions: who else can we include? How can we make this initiative accessible for more people? What simple adjustments can make a valuable difference? Jim asks these kind of questions, urging us all towards greater inclusion. He wears many hats in a variety of corners. Kawartha Works Community Co-op, chair and co-founder. Fenelon Forward. BR&E Social Infrastructure. Fenelon Falls Housing Partnership. Access to Better Living Experiences, ABLE. The Grove Theatre. Transportation Corridor Study. Canada Youth Employment Grant Application, KWCC. Fenelon Falls Events Forum, and more. Jim doesn't do these things for personal accolades or credit. He does them to make a difference in the lives of City of Kawartha Lakes residents. His efforts have been subtle by way of gentle encouragement, modeling, and seeking opportunities below the surface. And as such, they can be easily missed by the casual observer. Jim is the co-founder of ABLE, an organization that enables local families with members who have intellectual disabilities to find the resources they need to thrive within the community. In the words of his nominator, as a family acquainted with disabilities, we know how critical it is to have a community ambassador for inclusion and integration, people like Jim Armstrong. He's always thinking of removing barriers for all. He fosters a spirit of diversity and inclusion at all levels, models exemplary citizenship and friendship within his community, and works tirelessly as a dedicated volunteer and catalyst for personal and positive change. His nomination was further backed by letters of support from 9 Fenelon Falls community leaders. Jim Armstrong has made inclusivity and accessibility a lifelong passion, and for these reasons, he is being awarded the Barbara MacArthur Memorial Award of Distinction. And that brings to a close our awards.
Thank you for that. On behalf of council, are you going to show all our award winners? There you go. Welcome. On behalf of council, thank you all for making our community a better place to live for everybody. Perhaps myself and all of council can give you a virtual applause.
Mr. Mayor, did you want me to sum up?
Yes, please. Thank you again.
Thank you. Statistics Canada reports that more than 1 in 5 Canadians have at least one disability. Many people living with disabilities face barriers in the areas of employment, information, and technology, transportation, housing, education, and recreation. We all benefit from a society and an economy without barriers to inclusion. When persons with disabilities can participate in all aspects of society, including accessing employment, resources, and services, it enriches Canada and its economy. Statistics Canada also reports that the average median age of residents in Kawartha Lakes is 48.9, 10 years senior to the median age of Ontario. With the prevalence of disability increasing with age, it makes the need to remove barriers to inclusion in our community imperative. I want to thank the Accessibility Committee for their work, and I want to congratulate all of the award recipients and thank them for the things that they have done. And let's continue working together to move forward and make Ontario as inclusive as we can. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well said, thank you. And I'll just add a special thank you to Barb Condi, our accessibility officer here at the city, who I know does a great job at leading that charge. So thank you all once again. Have a great day. Stay safe.
Thank you, Elizabeth, too.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to move right into deputations, and we have Rob Jardine has another commitment, one of our deputants at 2 o'clock, so I'm just going to move him up on the agenda, and we're going to do his deputation first. So 5.3, we'll move up to 5.1, Off-Road Vehicle Use City Roads Task Force Recommendation. Mr. Jardine, are you available? Mr. Jardine, last call. Okay, we're going to go back to 5.1, Off-Road Vehicle Use of City Roads Task Force Recommendation. Richard Fetty, are you on, Richard?
I'm on. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine, sir. Just a reminder to all our deputants, the first 4 deputants each have 5 minutes. So go ahead, we can hear you just fine. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I'm Richard Fetty, co-president of Environmental Action Bobcaygeon. My colleague, John Bush, has already addressed council and made the eminently sensible recommendation not to rush your recommendation or your decision about allowing or extending ORV use on city streets, but rather to consider it when developing the city's active transportation plan, pretty much in line with what the good doctor said in her presentation earlier. Also, we agree with Brian Robinson and Public Works, quote, the ORV matter should be deferred and reviewed in conjunction with the city's transportation master plan and trail master plan. Fortunately, there are lots of people like Dr. Bocking who have already addressed the significant health, safety, and environmental concerns surrounding the ORV task force recommendations. This afternoon, I'm just zeroing in on one of the recommendations, and that's your revisions to Bobcaygeon. The task force would like you, council, to allow ATVs onto many Bobcaygeon residential streets: King Street, Mansfield Street, Sherwood, William, Canal, Joseph, and Duke Street. My request and the purpose for this deputation is to ask, please, when it comes before council, please vote no to this, I struggle to find the right adjective, Bobcaygeon recommendation. Somehow, the ORV task force has wandered very far from their original purpose. And again, I quote, for purposes of the task force, they said, we recognize that ATVs are not for general transportation, but rather to enjoy the use on permitted trails. And that's the end of the quote. And further, they would like to connect some of them. how the heck did we get from that to recommending that ATVs be allowed on residential streets in Bobcaygeon? Also, it's important to note there are no ATV trails around the village of Bobcaygeon. Mr. Mayor, I agree with something that you said in a March 19 interview with Vanessa Murphy. I quote, "Hopefully we can end up with a happy medium. People are not going to be allowed to just get on their ATVs and go shopping." Well, unfortunately, I fear that's exactly why Councillor Seymour Fagan and the ORV task force wants to invite ATVs onto Bobcaygeon streets. Kathleen and I have spoken about this several times. We have great respect for each other. We like each other, but on this issue, we profoundly disagree. Opening numerous residential streets in Bobcaygeon to ATVs is a huge overreach of the task force. It is completely unnecessary and incredibly disrespectful to the people who have developed our active transportation plan designed to make Bobcaygeon better for walking and cycling. And they include not just Environmental Action Bobcaygeon, but our business partners as well, the Bobcaygeon Chamber of Commerce, Impact 32, and many, many others. Adding ATVs to so many residential streets would also be disrespectful to our environment, as well as the health and safety of our residents, visitors, tourists, and shoppers. It's simply a very bad idea. Mr. Mayor, I like what you are quoted as saying in the Kawartha ATV Association brochure. Quote, "We're pleased to be part of one of the largest ATV communities in Ontario. Our expansive network of trails encompasses over 250 kilometers, spanning views of dense forests, beautiful lakes, and rolling hills," end of quote. So to our ORV task force and the many ATV enthusiasts in our community, I say, explore all of those 250 plus kilometers, build new trails, enjoy all of them. But it is unsafe, unfair, unreasonable, and wholly inappropriate to invite them onto our residential streets in Bobcaygeon. To City Council, I ask, please vote no to this well-intentioned but terribly ill-conceived task force recommendation. Sorry for shouting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fetty. Appreciate it. I'll just get a motion to receive, and we'll see if there's any questions for you. Moved by Councillor Seymour Fagan, second by Deputy Mayor O'Reilly. Any questions for Mr. Fetty on his deputation? Councillor Seymour Fagan, go ahead.
Yes, hi, and thank you, Richard. And you're correct. We agree to disagree. Now, were you aware that there are many residents that have actually asked for ATVs to be on the roads within Bobcaygeon?
How many of them live on any of the streets you're proposing?
I didn't ask that. I said, were you aware that many have?
What I'm aware of is that dozens of people, wherever I go, whether it's to curl, to golf, to walk, I have not had one person make a positive comment, and it would be unparliamentary language I would have to use to explain to you what they have said to me about this idea.
I understand. I've been threatened by many of them, and you know this. I told you this the other day. This is the most divisive issue that has come up. And within Bobcaygeon, the way I have been treated has been appalling. And there's two different groups, and one group does not respect the other. And I'm really, I'm quite embarrassed that our groups cannot get along. We have two different groups. I'm also a founder of Impact 32 and on the chamber. So, I know what's going on both ways. So what we're trying to do is put the ATV route just so people can access the hotels and the restaurants and the shops. That is it. It is not going to be a parade of ATVs like it has been propaganda across the entire area. I think it is a pilot program, and I think people should just allow it to play out. If there's any issue at any time, then we can shut it down. And I think that that's what we need to get across, not the propaganda that has come across that it is going to be parades of ATVs and yahoos everywhere. So I want to thank you, Richard. Again, we agree to disagree, but it is a pilot project. So I think we should let it play out. And if at any time there's a problem,
Councillor, do you have a question for the deputant? Do you have a question for the deputant?
I did have a question and he answered it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the deputant? Councillor Ashmore, go ahead. Councillor Ashmore, did you have a question? Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Fedde. We just saw a presentation here on accessibility and mobility and people, how they struggle. And in your opinion, if some people can't get around other than using an ATV or some sort of a assistance like that, like what would you say to a person who has to get from A to B and they have no other choice and to get to their appointments or to a store or whatever, or to somewhere? That's what I'm just wondering, like, would you deny them that ability?
Now, may I answer?
Yes, go ahead.
No, I would certainly not deny them that. I would encourage anybody who needs a disability vehicle to have it. I think that's almost a demeaning question to put to me. Of course, I wouldn't deny a disability vehicle. What I would, if it was my vote, deny is allowing off-road vehicles on roads.
Thank you, Mr. Fedde. Any further questions for the deputant? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, sir, for sharing your concerns with us. Much appreciated. Have a great day. We're going to move down to item 5.2, our next deputation, which is access for all train vehicles in Lindsay. Gordon Ferguson and Karen Ferguson, are you on the line, folks?
Hi, yes, we are.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. You got 5 minutes, respectfully. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Your Honor, councillors, committee members, thank you for the privilege of speaking to you today. I hope everyone involved in this issue appreciates the privilege we enjoy to have this debate. Only in a democracy could this happen. Congratulations to all, and I respect everyone's opinions. Firstly, I'm not involved locally in any form of motorized vehicle recreation, so I have no vested interest. This is the second go-around for this issue, and we'll be doomed to repeat this in another 5 years unless we do one thing. We need to have a trial, quote, pilot project, an action to seek the truth. Let's prove or disprove the claims. We have had many concerns put forward by both the yeas and the nays. Let's prove or disapprove these. Or disprove these, sorry. I find it interesting the statistics presented so far today and in the first issue of our Zoom debate failed to present one critical data point, and that is the fact there's been huge increases in ATV use within the city of Kawartha Lakes, and in Minnesota and all over the place. So the incidence of accidents is well below what's being stated. It only goes to, it's a statistical impossibility to be higher. For a child to work properly too, any attempt to subvert the result of this issue must be avoided at all costs. I encourage parties to report any such actions to the mayor's office. I challenge councillors to maintain the integrity of the process by reporting any such actions directed against them. During the trial period and pilot project, we must ensure the credibility of the process by considering only complaints or comments by way of signed affidavit or witness. We must allow current speed limits to apply. Reducing the speeds just because it's an ATV will result in traffic congestion, and that is not a safe perspective. We must also, in summation here, no one should be afraid of a trial or a pilot project. It can be censored and it can be stopped at any point. Council has that empowerment, and they should have it. I suspect that the community is growing tired of this issue. And I think as a community, we should all do one thing. Let's seek the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson, for your comments. Appreciate it. We'll just get a motion to receive, and we'll see if there's any questions for you. Moved by Councillor Dunn, seconded by Councillor Vale. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you very much for sharing your comments with us today. Much appreciated. Have a great day, sir.
Thank
you. 5.3, I'll put in another call, another deputation for off-road vehicle use. Mr. Rob Jardine, has he rejoined us? He has not. Okay, we'll move to item 5.4, which is a placement of a little food pantry at the Kirkfield Library. Maggie Upton and Marina Hodson. Ladies, there you are. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, we've got you
Hello.
both. We can hear you just fine. You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Perfect. So thank you so much for providing us the time to speak to you today. I think some of you, if not most of you, have met me before, but for those of you who haven't, my name is Marina Hodson. I'm the Executive Director of the Kawartha North Family Health Team in Fenelon Falls and Bobcaygeon, but I'm also the co-chair of the City of Kawartha Lakes and Haliburton County Poverty Reduction Roundtable. So we're here today to request approval from Council to place a free little food pantry at the Kirkfield Library. This is a pilot which is being supported by myself as the Roundtable co-chair, as well as the Kawartha Lakes Food Coalition Food Security Working Group and the library itself. As Maggie Upton will address next, there's an increasingly urgent need to provide food for seniors, adults, and children rurally in Kawartha Lakes, but specifically in this area, which is challenged by its rurality and transportation barriers. A free little food pantry is a weatherproof cupboard that's open to both donors and recipients, so it would be outside of the building. And they have been placed in communities across the US and Canada over the past few years with great success. Libraries have always been a part of helping to feed people for many decades by providing resources of food inside as well as outside of their buildings. Such examples can be found at the East Gwillimbury Public Library, as well as in Toronto and Hamilton. While we will build the structure and provide the project management, oversight, and monitoring, as well as marketing, we are asking for the mayor and council to approve this program in line with their stated strategy, which reads in part that you would support innovative community food security initiatives and programs. So to this end, I'd like to introduce you to Maggie Upton, who will actually speak to the need within our communities. Maggie?
Good afternoon, and thank you, committee and Mr. Mayor. I'm a lifetime resident of the City of Kawartha Lakes. I am an executive member of the Woodville Eldon Food Bank. I'm an early childhood educator and a visiting community nurse. So as you've heard, that we are representing a community collaboration project aimed at addressing poverty and hunger crisis in our region with a practical approach. In my roles within the Woodville Eldon Food Bank and as a visiting nurse, I see firsthand this alarmingly increasing need amongst a somewhat surprising demographic. 54% of our client base at We Food Bank are families, often with at least one adult working, and 46% are 1 or 2 person households. In 2020, our food bank served 253 households, including 468 adults and 404 children. In case you're not familiar with it, Woodville Eldon Food Bank is located in the village of Woodville. However, just over 1/3 of our current clients are from the Kirkfield area. With this project, our goal is not to replace the work of our food bank, but rather to enhance it. For so many, there are numerous barriers to attending any food bank. In my work as a nurse, I'm privy to the fact that too often seniors are going hungry, unfortunately, rather than asking for help. Our food bank served 112 non-registered seniors last year through the Boxes of Hope program that I initiated several years ago. It continues to feed this underserved yet growing population. These statistics are just numbers, and numbers in themselves don't identify nor clarify the true need. It's the real people and their stories that motivates us to pursue this initiative. I have witnessed seniors without anything in their fridge or cupboards to make a meal, let alone a nutritious one. Some who, because they lack the finances to purchase expensive incontinence products, develop preventable urinary tract infections and require health services. I know families without the means to pay for gas in order to reach any food bank. And some of the most heart-wrenching stories are those of children. Children who get excited over a bag of milk or a bunch of bananas. If you've ever had to make the choice between paying rent or hydro and buying groceries to feed your child, then you can understand why I'm so passionate about feeding those who need it most. What we need to focus on here is that your neighbors are going hungry, and there are practical solutions to this problem. Besides the lack of available food in Kirkfield, some of the barriers are transportation, financial hardship, COVID-19 restrictions right now, fear, and a society that perpetuates shaming. This culturally encouraged stigma breeds a lack of dignity perceived by many, especially those who were raised in an environment of self-sufficiency, such as our seniors have been. It is these elders in our region who, through social conditioning, find it so difficult to ask for help when it comes to their own basic needs. The need is even more poignant in the rural areas due to the lack of other resources available compared to larger centers like Lindsay. The relative anonymity deployed by this method of distribution encourages those in need to utilize the pantry when it's convenient for them, without the perceived threats associated with the use of other social services. Speaking to the supply for keeping this free little food pantry full, we have a very generous community. I've witnessed food bank donations increase exponentially when I've made the need known on social media. My posts are each viewed by thousands of potential donors who have responded very generously. People are seeking to participate in positive social change within their own communities, especially now during this time of uncertainty in our economic future. This project is the perfect opportunity to do just that. I'm not speaking to you today on behalf of the Woodville Eldon Food Bank. I'm not speaking to you in my capacity as an ECE or as a nurse. I'm speaking to you today as a concerned citizen who, because of my background, know all too well what it means to not have enough to feed a child, who knows how hard it is to ask for food. I'm speaking to you on behalf of all those who need a helping hand. We all agree there's a need to feed hungry people in our area. Can we, in good conscience, allow this to continue? How can we best address this immediately? This free little food pantry pilot project is certainly a step in the right direction. It will provide privacy and flexibility for our patrons, will be safe and accessible to all. It will maintain a level of dignity, and lastly, it will be free. I just want to say thank you to the council and Mayor Letham for listening. We look forward to working with you to achieve our mutual goals of feeding the hungry in our midst.
Thank you for that presentation, Deputation. Sounds like a wonderful idea. I'm just going to ask for a motion. I have talked to Director Shanks. He's obviously on board with this. We just need to work out a few details. So I'm going to ask for a motion that we receive the deputation and refer it to staff to bring back a memo for the June 15th council meeting. These are just recommendations to council anyways, and then we will have all the information and we can, hopefully make a decision at that time to move this forward. So I think that's a good direction to go. Councillor Vail, you move that, seconded by Councillor Yeo. Are there any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, I think, Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
Just a really quick comment. Thank you very much, ladies, for the work you're trying to do. It's everywhere, but I agree it's probably more common in little places like Kirkville. So thank you. Yeah, I'm impressed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this motion will get it back to council. We can make a decision and we can hopefully move forward on this. So thank you for bringing it forward, and thank you for what you do for our community. It's much appreciated. We have a motion. Any further questions? All in favor? That motion is passed. Thank you again. Have a great day.
Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move into item 5.5, which is a deputation regarding the downtown parking strategy. Steve Podolsky, Lindsay Downtown BIA, and Charlie McDonald, Lindsay Downtown BIA. There's a couple of familiar faces. Again, you got 5 minutes, gentlemen. Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm joined here, as the mayor mentioned, with Charlie McDonald, who is the chair of our parking authority. And we wanted the opportunity to speak to you briefly today regarding the parking strategy that is being presented later in the meeting by Adam Found and Peter Richards of the IBI Group. In the interest of the fact that you have not yet heard their presentation, we won't go into detail regarding our feedback of the presentation and report, but included in your agenda package is our own report that will inform you of our position in regards to their recommendations.
Thanks, Steve. As many of you know, the downtown has a long history with the parking in the downtown. It's a topic that we're very invested in and always will be. In 2017, council saw the benefit in allowing us to execute the parking enforcement ourselves. And this program has been a huge value to the downtown. It's given us the insight to many challenges that we face in our downtown, and we've been able to implement a lot of successful strategies to address them. We'd like to thank council and the city staff in giving us the ongoing support to run this program with our community liaison.
When the IBI Group was running their parking strategy research, we were given the opportunity to attend stakeholder meetings and give our feedback throughout the process. We appreciated the time they took to gather the data and meet with us. We were apprehensive that a return to paid parking model would be an immediate recommendation, but were pleasantly surprised that they have identified many other strategies to improve our parking inventory and enforcement as first measures. Many of the strategies they are recommending are ones that we are wholeheartedly in support of. We are raising concerns with only some of their recommendations, which we have noted in our report, but many of them are minor and really boil down to city staff continuing to keep the communication channels open with us throughout their implementation. We believe there is a middle ground to be found between their recommendations and ours, and would welcome ongoing communication and consultation.
We'd like to thank the city staff and the IBI Group on their hard work in preparing this report and presentation. And as we've said, we welcome being an important part of the implementation process. Thank you for your attention today, and we'd welcome any questions if there is any.
Thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate that. I'll just get a motion to receive, and I'll confirm that we do have your correspondence that came in with your deputation request. So get a motion to receive, please. Deputy Mayor O'Reilly, seconded by Councillor Dunn. Any questions regarding the deputation for the two deputants? Deputy Mayor O'Reilly, go ahead.
No, I just want to say on behalf of Councillor Dunn and myself, thanks very much for all the hard work you've done to this date, and we look forward to the report and the recommendations coming forward.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. Call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thanks, gentlemen. We'll deal with the report a little later in the agenda. Appreciate you spending some time with us today. Take care.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move into item deputation 5.6, which is an off-road vehicle use on city roads deputation. Our next four deputants have already presented to council, so they have 2.5 minutes on their deputation as per our policy. First up is Peter Petrozoniak. Are you there? Are you there, sir? There you are. Can you hear me?
Yep, can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. So Mayor Latham and councillors, it's good to be with you, and I will only be a short while because actually Dr. Bocking has said most of what needed to be said. She's elucidated everything. And I just wanted to update on the accidents that have happened since the last time I presented, which was only a month ago. And the last time I presented, I think I gave you copies of the accidents that had happened in various Southern Ontario communities. And there's been more in just the last 4 months. So on May 27th, near Ottawa, ATV collision on Skeel Drive, so on a road, man died. May 17th, in Orangeville, 2 16-year-olds hospitalized after a head-on ATV crash, and one of the teens was airlifted by Orange to Toronto. May 16th, so I'm going backwards, but up to the last committee of the whole meeting. Bracebridge, ATV driver hospitalized after injury on Manitoba Street. May 9th, Binbrook near Hamilton, ATV accident, teenager hospitalized following serious injury after a rollover, transported to McMaster Hospital. And obviously there's more. These are the only ones that have made it to the news, and there's more beyond that. But following that, I just wanted to highlight something that was said earlier, a question asked by Councillor Dunn, which quoted the wrong statistics, and I'm not sure whether it was just the math wasn't right or the source was not right or didn't read it right. The number of ATV emergency department visits in the city of Kawartha Lakes, according to Andrew Harris's report, he's the epidemiologist from the city of Kawartha Lakes, or from the health unit, was about 120 per year. It was 110 in 2015. You have this in your data. To a high of in 2019, 141. So it's not something like 5. It's up in the 120 range. And the Public Health Ontario has quoted the number of hospitalizations in that 4-year period was 48 for the health unit. So the numbers are quite different. I wanted to bring your attention also to the fact that the health unit recommends not to use arterial roads for ATV road use if you're going to use them at all. And I noticed that the Lindsay and the Bobcaygeon roads are mostly arterial roads except for one. So just be aware of that. And also about accessibility. When we talk about accessibility, we're not talking about ATVs, we're talking about scooters. So yes, we do have to have accessibility for those that are disabled, and they do have scooters, and it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So thank you very much, Council, for allowing me to speak again today.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. We'll get a motion to receive, see if there's any questions. Moved by Councillor Yeo, seconded by Councillor Elmsley. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you, Mr. Petrozoniak. Appreciate you sharing your concerns with us again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next deputation is William Steffler, off-road vehicle use on city roads. Same thing, Mr. Steffler. You've been with us before, so I'll ask if you keep your deputation to 2.5 minutes. Are you there, sir?
I'm trying there. Am I unmuted now?
There you go. We can hear you just fine. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. 2 fundamentals of good governance are get expert advice, number 1, 2, follow that advice. Statements from the reports, Public Works remains of the opinion the matter should be deferred and reviewed in conjunction with the relating master plans, and I completely agree with that. Public Works states general recommendations from experts recommend against use of ATVs and ORVs on asphalt roads. Health Unit report. Research indicates there are higher rates of fatalities and serious injuries for ORV riders on roadways compared to off-road ways. Certain design characteristics of these vehicles make them unsafe on roadways. Now, restricting ORVs to trail use only would be the preferred best practice from a public health standpoint. The Health Unit is concerned that the ORV Task Force recommendations will be at cross purposes with the goals of the Active Transportation Plan, and I'm very concerned about that. Priority areas for active transportation infrastructure development are settlement areas, as this supports citizens being able to walk, cycle, or wheel to access essential goods and services. The Health Unit believes that active transportation in settlement areas should be prioritized by not allowing ORV use in these areas. Trails Master Plan. Restrictions and/or bans on motorized uses are most stringent in urban areas and areas of higher activity, such as business areas, with regulations increasing as the population of the municipality increases. And we are seeing population increases. Providing connections between VRTC corridors will enhance marketability. However, this should not be at the expense of safety considerations by mixing motorized uses in areas of the trail with high amounts of pedestrian traffic and on urban roads. So, expert advice summary: Public Works, the Health Unit, and the Trails Master Plan are all telling you essentially the same things. Safety first. ORVs are not designed for roads. No ORV use in settlement areas. It's dangerous. Build active transportation infrastructure, especially in urban areas. It's healthier and more environmentally friendly. Focus on trails for ORV use. Staging areas should be developed, especially where there are breaks in the trail. Do not force ORVs through urban areas. That's what the experts say. So how can you approve recommendations that are so contrary to the core elements of the advice of the experts? I stand with the citizens of Bobcaygeon and Fenelon Falls who want some priority given to active transportation. And no, we're not punishing anyone. These things should be considered within the context of the master plans, in conjunction with the master plans. They shouldn't be extracted and considered on their own to preempt the master plans. We want our elected officials to follow expert advice of their staff, the Health Unit, and the Trails Master Plans. And so this doesn't have to be a divisive issue. Put it within the context of the master plans, where you have input from the different stakeholders. That's what was done in the original Trails Master Plan. And that's, I think, what should be done here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Steffler. Appreciate that. I'll just get a motion to receive. We'll see if there's any questions. Moved by Councillor Dunn, seconded by Deputy Mayor O'Reilly. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move down to our next deputation, which is Paul Steffler, off-road vehicle use on city roads, item 5.8. Are you there, Paul? There you are. Now, Paul, have you joined us before for a deputation?
No, I have not.
Okay, I had my notes. I did get a note that too many Stefflers joining us today. I got confused. So you've got 5 minutes, sir, so please go ahead.
Okay, I hope not to use all of that 5 minutes because I believe I'll be touching on a number of points that have already been raised. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have some questions and points to be considered with the proposed, in regard to the proposed ORV routes in Lindsay and Bobcaygeon. Costs. Has council actually had any realistic discussion about the costs of allowing more ORVs on more roads with regard to policing, insurance, repair and maintenance, and safety, of course, which we've heard much of? Notice to residents. Have residents along the new proposed routes been notified and given an opportunity to provide comments? Are there any maps? How long will they have to comment? Will a safety review using established insurance safety criteria be conducted before council gives final approval to these routes? With regard to the process and the task force seems to have ignored the requirement to select a broad range of members and have a fulsome discussion. They put out a survey that was answered mostly by ATV owners because Kawartha ATV notified its members and affiliates across the province. Many of the other 20,000 Lindsay residents or 50,000 residents in Kawartha Lakes were lucky if they knew about the task force, the survey, or the meetings. And then the task force made recommendations before getting input from staff, the health unit, or police. That's one point with regard to optics, which matter. KAT offering to buy ATVs for the Kawartha Lakes Police when opposition in Lindsay mounts is completely inappropriate. Lindsay bypass. If the province thinks that ATVs are safe on roads, then they should allow them on their highways, which they don't. There's been reference to other municipalities and their bylaws. There is no confirmation on the claims being made by the task force, such as copies of the current bylaw and confirmation that a bylaw is being changed in another municipality. How can anyone say that they know that a bylaw will change in another municipality? With regard to Bruce Barrett's email to council, there were maps from 3 major towns presented: Muskoka, Gravenhurst, Bracebridge, and Huntsville, all showing they are not allowed in settlement areas. ATVs are now not allowed on roads in similar centers such as Cobourg, Port Hope, or Peterborough. Peterborough and Northumberland counties and Durham region do not allow ATVs on most of their roads. Cavan Monaghan has prohibited ATV use. Selwyn has warned that use may be restricted. With regard to pilot programs, pilots never get canceled. Quote, every trial period has been successful and council has always voted in favor after the trial period is over. That is from the Kawartha ATV Facebook, April 10th, 2021. What would the criteria be for approving a pilot? Complaints? Once you make it legal, it's not illegal. It's hard to track complaints on something that is considered legal. With regard to safety, the HKPR report has advised that ATV-related injuries in Kawartha Lakes, as mentioned by other members here, is higher than the Ontario rate. Without going into details about Dr. Bocking's report, the overall message was at the end, restricting ORVs to trail use only would be the preferred best practice from a public health standpoint. ORV manufacturers warned they are for off-road use only. Public Works warned that manufacturers warn against use on roads and they have no criteria to apply to reviewing roads for ORV safety or a pilot. Insurance and risk management warned that multiple or one large claim would impact costs. How do you defend the decision to allow ATVs or ORVs on more roads when you know the accident rate is increasing? The health unit, public works, and insurance and risk management, and the manufacturers have stated that the machines are designed for off-road use only and should not be allowed on roads. The only safe, informed, and responsible decision is to vote against any proposed routes in Lindsay or Bobcaygeon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I'll just get a motion to receive. We'll see if there's some questions for you. Moved by Deputy Mayor O'Reilly, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Any questions for Mr. Stuffler on his deputation? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us and sharing your concerns with us. It's appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our last deputation for off-road vehicle use on city roads today is Mr. John Spears, item 5.9. There you are. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear just fine. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you good. And again, you've got 2.5 minutes, sir, so go ahead.
Yeah, appreciate it. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today and at previous council meetings. I'm speaking today to frame a specific important question to council and to make a recommendation regarding the ORV task force recommendations. Given that the ORV task force recommendations and subsequent bylaw changes are directly connected to and impact trail use and active transportation plans, and given that the trails and active transportation plans make recommendations impacting all Kawartha Lakes constituents and not just ATV ridership, and given that council is currently in process to select trail and active transportation plan expert consultants to do due diligence and make recommendations within the next 2 to 3 short months, and given council will likely pay tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars for these expert recommendations, and given current ORV task force recommendations might be displaced by trail and active transportation plan recommendations. So given all of these facts and Mayor Letham's balanced guidance from the last council meeting, suggesting that the task force had not done complete due diligence, can someone from council please share the specific reason for not pausing the ORV task force recommendations for the next short 2 to 3 months in order to have access to the other critical interdependent recommendations from experts that would clearly provide complete due diligence and provide council with real data that represent all constituents and provide for more balanced recommendations. And my ask is that any councillors who feel that all Kawartha Lakes constituents will be better and more fairly served through a complete due diligence integrating the trails, active transportation, and ORV recommendations, then please put forward a motion to suspend the ORV task force recommendations today until the trails and active transportation plan recommendations can be reviewed and integrated into overall council decisions. So for the public record, could you please share council's specific reason for making premature ORV bylaw changes and not doing complete due diligence through excluding trail and active transportation plan recommendations, which are only 2 to 3 short months away? What is the specific reason or compelling event for not integrating them into council's overall bylaw decision processes? I'd like to know the specific reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spears. I'll get a motion to receive the deputation. We'll see if there's any questions received by Councillor Seymour Fagan, second by Councillor Elmsley. Any questions for the deputant? We will take those comments under consideration, sir. Any questions?
Would there be, Mayor Letham, would there be a public response to my question as to why?
Well, there'll
this
be
is
a
happening
public
in
response when council makes a decision. We're not going to debate it here with the deputation, but we will certainly have a public response when council makes a decision later on the agenda.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you. Any further questions? We have a motion to receive. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, sir. Appreciate it very much. Okay, we're going to go down to correspondence. Correspondence is item 6.1 for Mr. Off-Road Vehicle Use on City Roads. Mr. Dan Planky has sent us some correspondence regarding engineering study of HE traffic in Lindsay. Can I get a motion to receive that, please? Councillor Dunn, seconded by Deputy Mayor O'Reilly. Are there any questions on that correspondence? I'll call the question then. All in favor? That's passed. We have another item of correspondence from Peter Vanden Tillert regarding off-road vehicle use in Bobcaygeon. Can I get a motion to receive that, please? Councillor Seymour Fagan, seconded by Councillor Richardson. That is regarding some issues in Bobcaygeon, some concerns and a recommendation. Are there any questions or comments on that correspondence? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thank you. We also have correspondence received from Jamie Morris regarding off-road vehicle use on city roads. Can I get a motion to receive that, please? Moved by Councillor Dunn, seconded by Councillor Yeo. Any questions on that correspondence? Call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Okay, our next up is item 7, presentations. We've got a couple of fairly lengthy presentations, so why don't we take a quick 5 minutes and stretch, and we'll come back at just after 2:45, 2:46, and we'll get into our presentations. Thank you. Be an extra minute there, so you're all fired up and ready to go. Okay, so we'll call the meeting back to order. Item 7.1 is our Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan presentation. Chief Mitchell from the Kawartha Lakes Police Service is going to run us through that. Are you there, Chief Mitchell?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. I'm here.
We can hear you just fine. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir, and thank you to all the members of council. As you're aware, you have tasked us with developing a community safety and well-being plan for the city of Kawartha Lakes. I know you have a heavy agenda this afternoon, but I just wanted to take a few minutes to update you on the progress that we've made in that endeavor so far. Next slide, please. So as you can see, the legislative requirement for a community safety well-being plan is embedded in the Comprehensive Ontario Police Services Act. But the intent of that legislation is to have input from a variety of groups across Kawartha Lakes. And the other key point here is that while there is a requirement and certain parameters must be met, the legislation allows for flexibility to meet individual needs for different municipalities as we move forward. Next slide, please. So our plan will take a broad look across our municipality to determine what the most pressing issues are and ensure our resources, which are not unlimited, are being directed in the best possible way. There's already a great deal of good work being done in the community, and part of our process is going to be to identify all of that work and where the potential gaps are in the service net. Next slide, please. You can see the advisory representation from the advisory committee that you have appointed. I'm very pleased to be working with such a dedicated team of professionals from across Kawartha Lakes. Our vice chair is Inspector Tim Tatchell from the Kawartha Lakes OPP. So between the two of us, hopefully we provide a view reflective of the entire municipality. And Tim is on the call here with us today as well. And while certainly not exhaustive of all the agencies that we could have included, I think the advisory committee provides a very strong knowledge base for identifying the risks and priorities across the city. And our first meeting was held on March the 1st. Next slide, please. Just a quick look at some of the planning process. Community safety and well-being plans are encouraging us to think in terms of social development, prevention, risk intervention, and incident response. And as we look at the center there will always be a need for immediate response to situations of acute need and crisis. But the planning process in community safety encourages us to think primarily about longer-term investments in social development and prevention, the benefits of which may not be immediately obvious, but will eventually decrease our need for crisis intervention. Investing in the outer rings, the green and the blue, will eventually lower the demand for resources on the inner rings. Next slide, please. So this is a pretty typical planning process. Obviously, the first thing we need to do is identify what our most pressing needs are, and that's where a lot of our work to date has been focused. The main point here is that a community safety and well-being plan is not a one-time process. We're not going to solve all of our issues at once, and the collaborative planning is designed and indeed legislated to occur continually over time and be renewed and evergreen, if you will. Next slide, please. As you can see, we looked at a wide array of data from health, mental health, crime, housing, education and youth, poverty and employment, housing and homelessness, and seniors, just to name a few. We were very fortunate to be guided by Aaron Mulcaster from the city, who's been tremendous in assisting us in organizing and collating that data and presenting it to the advisory committee. Next slide, please. I wanted to share some of the key takeaways that we have had from those data reviews. And not surprisingly, there's been a lot of talk about the risk associated with mental health in the community. Mental health concerns are the most common area of acute elevated risk. And that comes from our multi-agency situation table that I'm sure you've all heard about the great work that they're doing in our community. So if you think back to the circular graph in that red center area, this is the most common concern that we see arising in that setting. Young adults and middle-aged individuals are the highest risk group in that mental health category. And there's also a correlation in terms of mental health issues and low income. Next slide, please. Some of the other data takeaways that we had were that women, and particularly older women, are at higher risk of low income. And that is not exclusive to Kawartha Lakes, but certainly something that jumped out at us when we looked at the data. When we looked at childhood risk factors, and particularly early education, we noted that the risks were not even across Kawartha Lakes, and some areas may be doing better than others. And so it highlighted the importance that while the region as a whole may be doing well, there are some areas that might be struggling more than others. And then finally, the rate of opioid overdoses, we noted, and is no surprise to anybody, has been steadily increasing over the last number of years. And you may have been listening over the last 24 hours, there's been a lot of news coverage following a report from Public Health Ontario and the Office of the Chief Coroner with regards to trends across the province, and a 60% increase in overdose deaths between 2019 and 2020, and an 80% increase since the state of emergency was declared at the start of the pandemic in March of last year. Next slide, please. We've had two working sessions to review and analyze the data. Our discussions have been engaging and productive. And in the end, we've identified 4 recurring areas that seem to be the main themes. Next slide, please. These are not necessarily our final destinations. We still have a lot of important steps to take in terms of community engagement and stakeholder discussions. But we wanted to show you the preliminary results on what the data was telling us. So as we've already covered, mental health and addictions, poverty, youth, and housing. And obviously there is going to be some overlap and connection between most of those areas. And then across the bottom, you'll see some of the areas that we identified that will overlap and be important throughout the plan: communication, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and transparency. Next slide, please. Community engagement will be an extremely important and required part of our community safety and well-being plan. It's important that we get out, speak to the community in order to get their views. And that will consist for the advisory committee of 2 stages, including focused sessions with a number of other community safety stakeholders, and then public engagement, which will obviously has been and will continue to be somewhat constrained by the COVID-19 pandemic. But we will be utilizing the Jump In platform to solicit public feedback into the plan And we would prefer, and still holding out a small amount of hope to hold in-person town hall type sessions, but it's just not feasible in the current environment. Next slide, please. We've already spoken to many of these areas. As we get closer to finalizing the plan, we will be looking to establish objectives. In other words, where do we want to arrive in the end? And obviously, we're going to have to set measurable performance indicators along the way. Next slide. Our community safety and well-being plan for Kawartha Lakes will be tailored to our specific situations. We've reviewed a number of existing plans, and we've generated a number of lessons from that process. As noted earlier, there is already a tremendous amount of great work being done in our communities. Part of our efforts will be focused on coordinating those efforts and identifying what, if any, gaps exist in the current framework of programs. There's no specific budget for this initiative. This plan will hopefully guide your future decisions on where to invest scant municipal resources. The mayor and Councillor Dunn are part of our committee, and they will help guide us through that aspect of the planning. In the end, we won't be able to solve everything, and it's important that we focus on our most critical risks and tackle what is achievable. And again, this plan isn't a final destination. It's a starting point, and it will be renewed over time. It's a large undertaking, but you've appointed an excellent advisory committee. And I'd like to extend special thanks to Brenda Stonehouse, who has been our staff liaison, has done all the heavy lifting behind the scenes and has kept us on track. Next slide, please. So you'll see our updated timeline recommendation based on many of the points that I've just outlined. So our target now is to bring the plan to council for your approval by the end of the year. There is the current deadline for community safety and wellbeing plans is July 1st. And we have asked the province for an extension so that we may complete this work and by dedicating the proper amount of time and effort and allow for meaningful participation from the community. I think that's all of the main points that I wanted to make, and that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thanks, Chief Mitchell. Appreciate that. I'll get a motion to receive, and we'll see if there's any questions for you. Councillor Vail, seconded by Deputy Mayor O'Reilly. Any questions for Chief Mitchell on the plan? Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Chief Mitchell, and to your committee for what they're doing. I noted in your presentation one thing you talk about that seems to affect large groups of people. It was referenced in terms with mental health and some of the other things you're looking at is poverty. And on our agenda today, of course, we're getting a report and recommendations from a committee that I've been sitting on for, I think, the last 6 or 7 years, called the Poverty Reduction Task Force. And I wondered if you had reached out to that group. I know Marina Hodson was online, and she may still be there, is the chair of that task force. And they have been doing work in order to try and deal with poverty and reduce poverty within our community. And I just was curious as to whether there had been any interaction between the two groups.
Well, I'm happy to tell you that Marina is on our advisory committee. So we are tied directly into that group. As I mentioned, there's a number of other groups that could have been represented on that advisory committee, and we just couldn't accommodate everyone. but an important next step for us will be reaching out. And one of the things that we've been looking at is who else in the community do we need to talk to in order to determine what programs are out there, what could this plan do to support those programs, and where are the potential gaps. But as far as Marina, we are definitely tied in with her directly. Happy to have her on the advisory committee. And as far as your comments on poverty, I agree. It crosses everything, affects homelessness, food insecurity, employment prospects, mental health, addictions. So, and that's what reflective of why it's one of our priority areas.
Thank you. Any further questions for Chief Mitchell? Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Thank you through you to the Chief Mitchell there. Thanks for the presentation. One of the things that I see, like primarily, I'll use Lindsay as an example. When I see youth that are kind of, they look troubled, they look kind of lost. You know, they're in that spiral. Have you ever reached out to the youth groups? And I know the youth can't meet anymore because of these COVID rules, but are you talking to the youth because they're the future here? And are you mentoring the youth with some folks that may be able to help them, because you've got, you know, young families, and I think it's a 50-50 thing, male, female. To me, I think it's about the same. Like, these are our young people, and they, you know, you see them, so you see them, that physically you see that they're kind of lost, like these vulnerable people. And I think that, you know, we've got all these great people on this committee, but is anybody actually reaching out to these folks and you know, talking to them one-on-one, like how we're gonna help them? And, you know, I know we're gonna come to have a report, which is nice, but are we actually getting some help to these people, especially the young people?
No, it's a great point. Sorry, you're getting feedback from me there. You know, part of that, part of our next steps will be reaching out to some of those youth groups. And I don't want to speak for the advisory committee, but just off the top of my head, you know, the Boys and Girls Club, the different youth groups in town or throughout the city, the Cadet Corps, and you know, we do have a lot of representation from the school boards on the committee. So, but your point is well taken about reaching out to the youth directly, and certainly an area that we've identified as one of our priority engagement areas.
Yeah, because you as a police officer, a police chief, and your police officers, like, you see this every day. You see the condition that these people are in, and the what they're faced against, and the struggles that they have every day. But I just, like, it seems like it's always there. Like, will there be a day when we can kind of eliminate that? I know it's not going to happen, but it just seems like it's the vicious cycle. It keeps going on and on and on, and it's so discouraging for young people that we still have young people who are suffering through this. So it'd be nice if we can get them, you know, uplifted and have some sort of a more of a brighter future, because, like I said, they're the future. And I think that's,
I would say that these are very complex issues, and one of the things I've hoped to illustrate is, you know, how much relation or interrelation there is between those risk areas, and if there was an easy fix, we wouldn't need a community safety and well-being plan.
Yeah, thanks.
Agreed. Thank you. Any further questions for Chief Mitchell? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you for your presentation, and for Mr. Tatchell for standing by. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll move into item 7.2, which is the downtown parking strategy presentation. Adam Found, Manager of Corporate Assets, and Peter Richards from the IBI Group. I'll turn it over to Adam to make any introductions he needs to make. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just first check with you that you and council can hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much for that introduction, and thanks to you and council for taking the time today to listen to this presentation and to consider the study that is before you. So I think I'm sensitive to the fact that council has a full agenda today, so I'll be very brief. As council is aware, this study has been ongoing for some time, and as noted in my report, there was a delay with the study because of the pandemic, but thankfully we've got it back on track now, and are now at the stage of presenting it to you with some final recommendations. So with that said, I think I will turn it over to Peter Richards, who is the lead on the consultant side of this project. And I think he'll take it from here, but I will certainly remain on the sidelines here to take any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon, and thank you, committee and Mr. Mayor. As Adam noted, my name is Peter Richards. I'm a Director of Transportation Engineering at IBI Group. I had the pleasure of being the product director on the city's downtown parking strategy. I'll try to keep this brief. It'll probably be about 15 or so minutes, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at the end. An outline of what I plan to cover off is outlined on the slide right now and includes study goals and objectives, the study process, the methodology we used, status of existing conditions, feedback we received from stakeholders and the public, future conditions, and our recommendations. Next slide, please. First, we'll start with the study goals and objectives. Next slide, please. There were some key goals and objectives for the study. The study goal was to identify opportunities and needs for parking in the core areas of Lindsay, Bobcaygeon, and Fenelon Falls. The key objectives included determining adequate future parking supply, addressing stakeholder concerns, reviewing parking service delivery models, and meeting growth-related demand. Next slide, please. Next, I'll outline the process of this parking strategy. Next slide. The study consisted of 9 major tasks outlined on the slide. These were background data review, existing parking inventory, public meeting centers, information centers 1 and 2, online survey and crowdsourcing map, draft and final report, and we're in the midst of the final task, which is presentation to committee and council. Next slide, please. Next is the methodology the study employed, which I'll go over. So we needed to take stock of the existing conditions on the ground and understand any foundational documents that the city has completed. So to that end, we collected parking occupancy data to provide a solid basis for the parking study and a meaningful needs analysis. We completed parking surveys in 3 seasons, winter, spring, and summer, to understand any seasonal variation for each of the core areas. These surveys were completed in Lindsay, Bobcaygeon, and Fenelon Falls, and we surveyed both public and private areas. And then we reviewed background documents such as a draft official plan, zoning bylaws, and economic development strategy. Next slide, please. Next, we assessed future parking demands to the year 2041. The point of this and the associated conclusions is that this is just a guidepost in order of magnitude. As we've seen the past 2 years, things can change very fast. I don't expect things to be exactly as written come 2041, but this is a guiding document to continue to refine as things such as the city's growth management strategy and updated provincial growth plans are refined. For planning purposes, a parking lot is considered at effective capacity, which means it's not full, but effectively feels full or doesn't meet people's expectations around the 85 to 90% mark. That is 85 or 90 out of 100 spaces are used. So it's a planning threshold. So with this in mind, we determined the future parking supply and demand based on existing parking patterns that we surveyed. Parking demand growth due to population growth outside of the downtown, new developments within the study area, and parking supply losses and gains. Lastly, we identified areas where additional parking may be needed to ensure the parking supply remains sufficient to accommodate the future demand. Next slide, please. I'll now highlight a summary of the existing conditions on the next slide. So I recognize there's a lot to look at on this existing downtown parking operations slide. If you focus on the plot on the bottom left corner of the slide, the peak parking demand in Lindsay was found to occur around 1 p.m. on a weekday in the winter season, where about 78% of all surveyed parking spaces were occupied at the busiest time. This is below the industry best practices I outlined of about 85 to 90%, but in practice, it means There may be facilities that feel effectively full to someone driving around searching for a spot, but overall the system operates under capacity. It's also important to emphasize that this is peak parking demand. So parking demand throughout the rest of the day was not as high, falling to around 50% occupied by 4:30. Note that surveys were conducted, as Adam noted, prior to the impacts of COVID-19. The impacts are admittedly not truly fully understood, but there'll be some kind of permanent shift of demand, work from home, or people coming to Kawartha Lakes as you've experienced. So no fundamental changes to our conclusions in terms of the recommendations or principles, but surveys should be considered in 2022 when things are less in flux, just to understand any impacts from when we last did surveys. Next slide, please. As shown in the plot on the bottom left of the slide, peak parking demand in Fenelon Falls was found to occur around 1:30 on a weekend in the spring season, where only about 50% of the surveyed parking spaces were occupied at the busiest time, leaving plenty of available parking in the study area. Next slide, please. Finally, as shown in the plot on the bottom left of the slide, peak parking demand in Bobcaygeon was found to occur around 12:30 on a weekday in the summer season, where about 66% of all surveyed parking spaces were occupied at the busiest time. Again, this leaves lots of available parking in the study area, but with some individual lots experiencing capacity constraints. Next slide, please. So to summarize those past few slides, based on industry best practices and the 3 surveys that we undertook in the 3 core areas in the 3 different seasons, the existing parking system is considered sufficient to meet existing parking demand. Some individual lots or on-street parking areas are at or near capacity, but there are several parking facilities within an acceptable walking distance to downtown destinations that are underutilized in the 3 core areas. So in regards to the last bullet, industry best practices in terms of planning and analyzing parking suggests that if lot A or street A is busy, is there parking available within a short walking distance that can accommodate the spillover? Parking is expensive to build and maintain, and it's unreasonable to have empty lots or streets right around the corner. So that was something examined that we'll touch on in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So we engaged with the public and stakeholders a handful of times in the study too, the findings of which are summarized on the next few slides. So we had phase 1 of the stakeholder and public consultation plan. It consisted of stakeholder meetings, public information centers in each of Lindsay, Fenelon Falls, and Bobcaygeon. We had an online survey. We had a map where people could identify issues. And some of the findings that we heard was that there's a perception of inadequate parking availability, especially in the summer, poor wayfinding signage for municipal parking lots, unclear where long vehicle parking is, and a lack of accessible parking were some of the things that we heard. Next slide, please. We asked the public a series of questions and then broke it down by area. Just to pull out a few of the high-level findings on the slide with more contained in the report is that nearly half of people are satisfied or neutral about the overall parking experience in Lindsay. The majority are satisfied or neutral about the overall parking experience in Fenelon Falls and Bobcaygeon. And the report goes into various other components that I'll touch on a little later. Next slide, please. So next I'll summarize the findings from the future conditions. As noted, these are projected to 2041 and are just a guiding document that should be referred to and updated. So future parking demand will be driven by a few components. These are pulled from city and provincial documents that I noted off the top and then applied to parking attributes. So the demand for parking in the city's downtown areas is expected to increase through the following growth-related channels. Anticipated growth in the city's permanent and seasonal populations, anticipated growth in the city's volume of visitors as a result of regional and provincial population growth, and lastly, anticipated growth in downtown economic activity. And we're just outlining the factors and the math that went into this, which I won't dwell on the slide. Next slide, please. There are also changes to the supply, the parking availability, that is the number of parking spaces being added or removed. Again, the point is that these are low absolute numbers forecast over 20 years. Don't get hung up on the specifics on this slide or the next few slides. This is showing you that we accounted for best estimates at the time of the study based on capital projects that we were taking into account. Next slide, please. This table summarizes the 3 core areas. The types of parking are municipal off-street, private off-street, and on-street. and it also summarizes the existing demand and then what the forecasted demand is. The red text highlights things that are exceeding effective capacity in 20 years' time, meaning that tactics and solutions need to be deployed. This forecast assumes people are parking where they are today, and demand will continue to grow where it is concentrated now, which is not practical given there's a maximum capacity. The parking lots only have so much space, and people will gravitate towards available areas, which is what the next couple of slides cover off. Next slide, please. So as I commented on before, if you cannot park on the block or area you desire due to a lack of available capacity, industry best practices, and I suppose common sense, is to walk a little bit, which is pretty common in every town or city. So the distance travelers are willing to park from their destination varies depending on the type of destination and the type of parking facility. There's been a handful of research on the subject, and one of the leading studies is from the Victoria Transport Institute. They suggest the maximum walking distance for the corresponding land uses, which is outlined in the top right half of the slide. LOS equals level of service. So based on the results of the online survey, a maximum walking distance of 300 meters was chosen for Kawartha Lakes. Most of the studies we lead, we typically see 400 or maybe 500 meters as acceptable or best practices, but we reduce this based on feedback and local context. Next slide, please. So after parking demand is redistributed to account for availability, this slide summarizes how things will look in 2041 if people relocate or gravitate towards those available spots. Things are still busy. Lindsay is especially in need of some parking solutions to reduce demand or increase supply. Next slide, please. So don't worry about necessarily the map specifically. That's a micro level analysis of how things look. But to that end, if we strive for the effective capacity planning thresholds of 85% for public parking, 95% or 90% for private parking, Lindsay needs the parking system to achieve either a reduction in demand or an increase in supply or some combination thereof equal to just over 220 parking spaces. Again, we're looking 20 years into the future, a lot can change. These are just guideposts to identify some of the challenges that should be resolved or planned for. Next slide, please. Fenelon Falls, things are a little different from our analysis. At peak demand, the parking system is anticipated to operate well below effective capacity in 2041. Again, some lots may experience busy times, but there are available lots nearby, which is the point of the slide and the conclusion. Next slide, please. Similar findings in Bobcaygeon. At peak demand, the parking system is anticipated to operate essentially at effective capacity in 2041. Next slide, please. So the last section of the presentation is focused on recommendations. To guide and qualify implementation of the recommendations, the city should conduct annual parking utilization surveys and continue to monitor development activity, population growth, response to COVID. In particular, the city should be careful to track parking supply changes and deficiencies arising from development activity in the core areas. Additionally, these recommendations I'm about to go over, they'll take time. They won't be implemented as soon as I finish talking in 5 minutes. More consultation may be required, as noted by the Lindsay Downtown BIA, and it was pleasing to hear that they welcome such consultation. So as noted, by 2041, just over 200 parking spaces will be needed to be created or demand to be shifted in Lindsay. In the interest of time, I won't read all these one by one, but the point is to try and eke out or add parking spaces whenever there are opportunities. This is at a lower cost than a new garage or taking up precious land. You know, things will change and some of these may be irrelevant in a short period of time, but other opportunities maybe arise. Just general principles to try to add parking supply where there's quick wins or cheaper opportunities. Next slide, please. Some parking policies suggestions that should help with demand include introducing location-based pricing to municipal parking lots in an effort to better distribute parking demand, adopt handheld license plate recognition, which is called LPR technology to enforce parking duration limits, reduce the duration for free parking, off-street free parking, from 4 hours to 3 hours where applicable to increase demand for parking permits and help recover the cost of the enforcement technology, and maintain free 2-hour parking on street, and monitor implemented recommendations for a couple of years. If parking demand is not better distributed or managed, consider reinstating paid on-street parking. Now, free parking is a great driver of demand, as Lindsay downtown BIA commented, is not overly appealing to them. It's no coincidence, in my opinion, that parking demand rapidly increased once free parking was reinstated. There are entire books on the subject, such as The High Cost of Free Parking by Donald Shoup. And I recently found out a peer of mine hands this out to city councilors before meetings like these, so they truly understand why parking shouldn't be free in busy areas. And I was actually at a conference this morning and someone spoke exhaustively about this book. So that's why it is a recommendation that if demand does not decrease, there should be consideration to reinstating paid on-street parking, but not at this time. Next slide, please. Similar idea here in Fenelon Falls, try to find 100 parking spaces or implement policies to try and spread out and reduce demand. So there are 4 ideas here to touch on delineating new spaces or reconfiguration. Next slide, please. Some policy on the policy side, there's some policies suggested for Fenelon Falls. Those include introducing a 3-hour parking duration limit to provide parking assets for the busiest summer months. Actively enforced by Municipal Law Enforcement Division or Fenelon Falls Chamber of Commerce, and adjust the duration based on utilization or turnover. Issue residential parking permits via handheld license plate recognition technology to Old Broome Street residents and allow them to park anywhere without time restrictions in the lot that we've dubbed M3 on the maps. Introduce proactive enforcement, and there's a few recommendations with regards to long vehicles and just making sure that they don't go down the wrong streets, and they also have a route designated to where it makes sense, where they can turn around and park. Next slide, please. For Bobcaygeon, similar policy recommendations: introduce a 2-hour on-street parking duration limit during the busy summer months, actively enforced as well. And you can adjust that duration limit based on utilization and turnover and feedback as well from stakeholders. Introduce proactive enforcement, similar to Fenelon Falls. Ensure the redevelopment of Bobcaygeon Beach provides ample space designated for long vehicle and long-term parking to help alleviate congested parking assets in the poor areas during the summer months. And last comment is to deputize food landowners and managers to empower them to enforce their parking lots. In consultation with Foodland, a parking time limit should be considered in the parking lot as well. Next slide, please. Some recommendations for all 3 core areas is to maintain service level standards, which I identified earlier, maximum utilization or target of around 85% public parking, 90% for private parking. Complete a wayfinding and signage master plan. Abolish cash in lieu of parking in Fenelon Falls and not introduce cash in lieu of parking in Bobcaygeon, but maintain some form of cash in lieu of parking in Lindsay and deposit all proceeds into a parking reserve fund. Next slide, which is my final slide. Create a position reporting to the manager of municipal law enforcement and shift all day-to-day responsibility for parking enforcement and related operations to the former position. Maintain delegation of parking enforcement in downtown Lindsay to the Lindsay Downtown Business Improvement Area and provide the same option to the local chambers of commerce in Fenelon Falls and Bobcaygeon. Continue to provide private property owners with the option to obtain the authority to enforce parking bylaw applicable to their lots. Increase the overtime parking fine to $40 and overnight parking fine to $30 to match prevailing fines in peer municipalities. We found that the fines in Kawartha Lakes were a little lower than their peers. And just as recently as last week, Prince Edward County increased theirs to $400 to really use price as an incentivizing tool to keep the parking system going, which I know some could see as a cash grab, but price is a great incentivizing tool, both on the hourly payment side, but also the citation side to get some of the results that are demanded in studies. And then undertake another downtown parking strategy in 2029. Next slide, please. Yes, so thanks everyone for your time today and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Peter. Appreciate that. A lot of information you're throwing at us, but let's get a motion to receive and we'll see if there's any questions. Councillor Yeo, moved by Councillor Yeo, seconded by Councillor Dunn. Any questions for the deputy, either Peter or Adam, on the presentation? We're going to deal with the report after this. Deputy Mayor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, Tim. Just a quick question. When you reduced the walking distance, basically in Lindsay, typically you said it was between 400 and 500 meters, and the average you suggested Lindsay was 300. What was the explanation for that? I realize the stakeholders had input in it as well, so.
Through the mayor. So yeah, stakeholder comments, user surveys noted that people just weren't willing to walk far. Demographical information and just the layout of the city streets and parking lots, there was consideration to making a distance more suitable to patrons and what we were hearing from people. I'm not sure, Adam, found if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I can add to that a bit. So the other thing that was considered through the study, and you'll see it also in the study, mentioned that accessible parking is a big part of this picture. And so long as the accessible parking recommendations in the study are implemented, which ensures that we first have enough accessible parking, and secondly, that it is optimally located, then that goes a long way to ensuring that those who truly can't walk a great distance are able to park fairly close to where they want to go. And so I think when you combine that with a maximum walking distance standard of about 300 to 400 meters, then those two things should be able to work well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, some of the comments that were passed around, our demographics is, I think we're the second largest seniors demographics in the province. And just the deteriorating ability of some people to walk in excess of 300 yards help form part of that discussion.
Thank you. Any further questions? I have a quick question. So I don't know if it's Adam or Peter. I'm curious as to why your cash in lieu of policy becomes part of a parking study. To me, that's more of a planning issue. It's not really about parking spaces, is it? It's more about cash in lieu of parking spaces, and we're doing a study on available spaces. I mean, we can all have that argument. Are we trying to promote development in our downtown, or are we not? Probably an argument for another day at this point, but why is that part of a parking study, a cash in lieu, which usually comes up as part of a development proposal?
Yeah, Peter, I can take that question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was cash in lieu of parking was explicitly included in the scope for this study. And that part of the reason for that was that it was noticed that cash in lieu of parking was quite inconsistently applied within Lindsay. And we had also heard some concerns from Fenelon Falls about cash in lieu of parking there. But more broadly, it's included at least at a high level because funding of parking assets is included at a high level in the study. And so cash in lieu of parking is just one of many possible instruments for funding parking. And so that's why it was included. But as you'll see there in the study, there isn't an in-depth analysis done about cash in lieu of parking for exactly the reasons that you just mentioned. That kind of analysis should be done in another venue. Right now with in terms of the study and its recommendations regarding cash in lieu of parking, the idea is to just keep it high level right now until a more detailed solution can be developed through again, a proper venue. Thank you for that.
I would support getting rid of cash in lieu across the entire city, but that's just me. There's your simple solution accomplished. Any other questions on the parking presentation? Seeing none, we have a motion to receive. Call the question. All in favor? That's passed, and I think probably Peter and Adam will stick around. 721 is our report, the Downtown Parking Strategy Report. I think it's important to read that the recommendation here is to adopt the downtown parking strategy. Major decisions informed by the strategy are subject to council approval, whether through the budget process or otherwise. So we're really just adopting the strategy. But I don't know if there's any questions on the report or if somebody wants to move the recommendation or has other ideas. Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move it as printed.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Dunn. Thank you. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Elmsley or Councillor Dunn, or is there any questions? Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
I'm fine. I think it's a good report. I think that it was well done. The public consultation was great. The feedback to all of the places was done well, and all of the questions were answered in the meetings I went to, and I think it's pretty self-explanatory and a good report and something we can use in our budgeting and planning processes. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, I pretty much agree. The downtown BIA is pretty much on side. There's always going to be issues. It's a good report, and it's got general support in the areas that we're talking about. So I support the report.
Yeah, no, I agree. Thank you. I think there's some decisions in here, and we can, as they come forward, we can cross those bridges when we get there, so to speak. So I agree. I support it as well. Any other questions on the report or comments for Adam or Peter? Okay, we have a motion on the floor as printed. Maybe I'll just read it for the public. That report CA 2021-003 Downtown Parking Strategy be received. That the downtown parking strategy attached as Appendix A to report CA 2021-003 be adopted as a master plan for the purpose of informing future recommendations, plans, and budgets, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. It was moved by Councillor Elmsley, seconded by Councillor Dunn. All in favor? And that is passed. Thank you, folks. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Peter, for joining us and running us through all that information. And thanks, Adam, for making the introductions and the work. Thank you. Okay, let's move down to reports. Item 8, item 8.1, Omemee Splash Pad update. Director Shanks, do you want to give us a 2-minute overview of your report, sir? And then we'll see if there's any questions and where they want to go.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to council. And I'll first start by thanking Councillor Ashmore. I met with him a few weeks ago, I think it was, just to talk about the report and get some information from him. So thanks for the input from Councillor Ashmore. This report has been brought forward, as the report suggests, due to direction from council, to look at the options for a potential splash pad, future splash pad in Omemee. So this report highlights a very broad range for what a cost of a splash pad would be. Obviously, the cost has a large range to it based on the size of the pad and what amenities would be in there. It also talks about a potential location, which I think for Omemee is quite obvious, and that would be at the Omemee Beach Park location, just to the south of the downtown core within Omemee. It also lists, as council had asked for, how previous city splash pads have been funded. They aren't all similar. We have 4. There's Tommy Anderson Park in Bobcaygeon, Garnet Graham Park in Fenelon Falls, and Logie Park here in Lindsay. And it's important to note that they are all new assets within the last 10 years. And for that, they all had funding from alternate sources, whereby the tax levy funds required for the completion and installation of those was fairly minimal. Elgin Park is a 35 to 40-year-old facility that was past its life cycle and had some health and safety concerns. So similar to a city truck, a computer on somebody's desk, a dehumidifier system at an arena, or an HVAC system in a city facility, we are obliged to fix that. And that's why there was more tax dollars that were put into that particular park. But again, the report on a high level, addresses the funding options for each of those 4 municipal splash pads. There's no set formula for them. Those are just sort of how we've done it in the past with some of them. The report also does identify, as was previously identified to council through other reports from other departments, some water capacity concerns within Omemee. It certainly does not mean that the option of putting such a splash pad at this location is not doable. It just means there's some further research and further work to it, whether it's through the municipal water system or through different systems. And it would mean that there's some more costs and potentially some significant cost to being able to proceed with that. And then you'll see in the other alternatives, I have listed that if council chooses to move forward with this project, there's just, it's really council's option as to if they want to direct staff to include an amount in a future capital budget request so that this project can be moved forward. And the councillor, again, through my talk with him, it is understood that many community groups and members are very much in support of this project and would be committed from a financial standpoint to doing some fundraising or gaining some external funds potentially to assist the city with such a project. So with that, I think that covers the report, and I'll see if there's any questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council on the report? The recommendation is just to receive at this point. Councillor Ashmore, it was your memo that asked for this to be brought forward. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the report. Thanks to council for getting it to this stage. The main reason I brought this here, or the people requested it, and thankful that it's here. And I've really heard a lot of positive feedback from this, from individuals, business groups, and community businesses, individuals that want to contribute. They want to partner with the city, and they would pay for the majority of the cost. Now, the location is certainly prime location. That's the best location we have in Omemee. Obvious, logical place to put it. I just wanted to touch on a few of the things here, the water issue. Now, Omemee has a hybrid system. They have in the northwest corner. We have a municipal water system, but through most of Omemee, the wells are drilled. They're dug. As we speak right now, there's many wells that are being drilled and dug. Omemee is blessed with water. Like, we have so much water underground that I don't think any other community has in Kawartha Lakes. It's a tremendous volume of water. So as far as water, I'd just like to touch on this, maybe if I could, just briefly, or I'll talk to it next week or 2 weeks from now when we have council. But I think there's some other ways of looking at it instead of going through an environmental assessment and bringing the water line from Green Eden as a development, which was mentioned here, but that's on the west side of Mary Street. This is in the central part of the village. And I think that, there's other alternatives that we could use. Now, I brought up the scenario of using the water that's there. The mill pond is right beside there, and if you just let me explain this. The mill pond, it's a big pond. It's like a mini lake. And I did a calculation of how big it was, the length times the width times the depth. And I figured it was around 12 million liters of water in that pond. Now, we bring in water for Lindsay and Fenelon Falls. We pull it in from the river and lake, and we chlorinate it, and we sterilize it, and we distribute it. So there's a way of doing it here. Like, we could do it this way. And I'd really like to see staff investigate this, whether we drill a well and we have a chlorinator there, or some sort of a UV filter, UV bulb to sterilize the water, because there's got to be a way of doing this without having to do a major infrastructure of bringing water to this park. So I guess basically what I'd like to see is this. Obviously, I'm not asking for a lot of money in the capital budget, but just some seed money, I guess you could say. And we'll see how much we can get from the community. I know we're going to get a lot of support, so I'd ask for your support now just to move this forward. I don't want to see this die just because of the water issue. I think that can be resolved. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, well, I'm going to need, so maybe Director, maybe you can help me out with a motion. If the councillor wants to see this move forward, would something along the lines of that the report obviously be received and staff proceed with a feasibility plan for the water option, which I think includes some of the option he's talking about, and a financing option, financing options, and bring back a report in Q4? Is that a reasonable expectation? Does that get it sort of to that next level that I think the councillor's asking for from a council perspective, in your opinion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. Certainly, I think we can achieve that time frame, and we can look at that in my comments about the report. That's what I was indicating, that while the municipal water system is one system, it's also recognized that we could look at other ways to do it. And yes, it would be not utilizing the infrastructure that was there, but we've done investigation on it when we put other splash pads into play, and there is still significant infrastructure requirements to do that, but that doesn't stop the project. Not speaking against it for that. I'm just suggesting we can do it, but yes, we can meet that memo and take it forward. The only thing I would want on that, or to make notice, is if we don't bring that report forward till Q4, then for my own clarity, and I think for the councillor's clarity, then that would allow the city to potentially plan for putting capital budgets in place for an installation of the pad in then 2023 or a future year after that. So I just want to be clear that that time frame is not going to address if the intent is to put in a splash pad next calendar year.
No, I understand that. I guess I'm trying to help the councillor with a motion here, and I can say Q3, but we're already in Q2. I'm trying to be realistic and that's what I'm asking is, if you're talking about a budget implication to do the study, or are you talking about a budget implication to finance part of this? And, how are we going to do that till we know what some of the financing options and how much the community wants to put in? So, I don't know. I mean, is Q3 a reasonable expectation? Because I'm sure the councillor would support a report back in Q3 to see if there's any budget considerations moving forward. That's my question to you.
For you, Mr. Mayor, to the council, I'm sure we could bring back a report in Q3. We'll need to require on some other departments to provide some information for that. I'm not so sure, though, to be quite honest with you. We as city staff are currently putting together our 2022 capital budget requests now. Mid-July actually is the first time, not even mid-July, first week of July is when we need to put in some initial numbers for that. So I guess I would need clarification from Director Stover or the CAO or yourself if in fact that time frame would allow us to do anything from a 2022 capital budget request if that's the direction that we're asked for. So we can meet the Q3 report deadline with some information. I just don't know if that still meets with the intent of a potential 2022 capital budget item.
Well, personally, I would think, and the reason I suggested Q4 was it would be a stretch to get financing, community groups, fundraising, get everything in place for next year. So to me, it would be a much feasibility by the end of the year. It would make more sense. Financing options, work with the community through next year, see what kind of contributions the municipality is going to make toward it with a planned, project starting in 2023 is kind of what I was thinking. But I don't want to speak for Councillor Ashmore. This wasn't part of any kind of capital plan moving forward in 2022. So I'm hesitant to start putting in new projects at this point. But Councillor Ashmore, I'll ask you. I mean, are you okay with receiving it, that staff proceed with a feasibility study and financing options and bring back a report for Q4? We're still moving this project forward. It's going to be a pretty big stretch to get it in place for next year.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'd like to have the engineering and public works, some of their input. So we're going to have to get a few other departments to help us out here. So
agree. So will you move that recommendation then?
I'll move that.
And that recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Thank you. So moved by Councillor Ashmore, second by Councillor Yeo. Thank you. Do you want to speak to it any further, Councillor Ashmore, or have you covered it?
No, I'm fine. I just, I'm happy to keep it going. I think the folks there are happy to at least keep it alive, so that's good.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good motion, and I think that does exactly that. Councillor Yo, you seconded it. Are you good? Do you want to speak to it?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Any further questions on the recommendation? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Thanks, Director Shanks, for that. Next report is 8.2, Annual Housing and Homelessness Plan Report from Michelle Corley, Human Services Manager. I'm going to turn it over to Rod Sutherland to make an introduction. Go ahead, Director Sutherland.
I can't hear them.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. Just briefly, I want to introduce formally Michelle Corley in her role as new Human Services Manager for Housing. As you know, Copley retired last month, and we've been in recruitment for the last several months for the 2 new positions. And I'm pleased to announce that Michelle is the successful candidate for the manager position. Michelle has been with the city in the Housing Services Division for over 17 years. So she's well positioned to step right in, and happy to pass it over to her for her first report as manager. Thanks.
Thanks, Ron. Thanks, Mr. Mayor and members of council. The report in front of you is the first annual progress report for our refreshed 10-year housing and homelessness plan. During 2020, we made significant progress towards meeting the objectives targeted towards the first year of the plan, such as the creation of the Affordable Housing Target Program and creating and strengthening community agency relationships. The pandemic brought new housing and homelessness realities, which provided some opportunities to bring forward some projects actually ahead of schedule. And thanks to the provincial social services relief funding that we received in 2020, we implemented a rapid rehousing program ahead of the 10-year plan schedule, which supported those facing homelessness to quickly be rehoused. We saw a lot of success with this program, and we're looking forward to building further on it as an initiative on an ongoing basis within the plan. This 2020 progress report serves to meet the reporting requirements by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. And then separately to this report in front of you, staff are working on a combined housing report with the Lindsay Advocate. And this collaborative report will highlight the current local housing context. And we're looking forward to bringing that back to council in the fall. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate that. Congratulations. Look forward to working with you. So the report recommendation, the report HH 2020-003, 2020 Annual Housing Homelessness Plan, HHP report be received for information, and that this recommendation be brought forward to council for consideration at the next meeting. If I can get a mover and a seconder for that, we'll see if there's any questions. Moved by Councillor Elmsley, seconded by Deputy Mayor O'Reilly. Any questions for Michelle on this report? This is just an annual reporting thing that we're obligated to bring forward each year. Is that correct, Michelle?
That's correct.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Just a quick question, Michelle, much of an observation. Thank you. Congratulations on your new position. I'm sure you'll do well. Anyways, just that there's a lot of the goals and objectives that are relying on provincial and federal funding. I just hope with the budget coming election year next year that we're able to get the type of funding from the province and the feds that we hope we can get, because we're suffering from that probably as a municipality as well. So anyways, thanks for the report and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I think that's probably a comment we can apply to any report coming forward in the next year. Thank you. Any further questions for Michelle? Okay, we have a motion to receive. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll move into item 8.3, proposed heritage designation of 398 County Road 41, Bexley Township. Emily Turner, our Economic Development Officer, Heritage Planner. Hello, Emily. Go ahead, give us a quick overview and we'll see what we can do.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, everybody. So this is a heritage designation report for a property in the former Bexley Township. The address is 398 County Road 41. So this is the former Bexley Methodist, later United Church. It's now been converted to a private residence. So this is a designation that was made at the request of the property owner. It's currently a listed property, and the property owner received notice about the listing in February of this year, and upon receiving the notice, he contacted myself and requested that the property be considered for heritage designation. I undertook a site visit of the property and have written the report or the heritage evaluation attached to the report today, so you can see how it fulfills the criteria under Regulation 906, as we're required to do. So both myself and the Municipal Heritage Committee who have reviewed this feel that the property is worthy of designation under Part 4 of the Act.
Thank you. Council, any questions? What is council's wish? Sounds like a pretty good property to designate. Councilor Yeo, you'll move it as printed?
As printed.
Thank you. Seconded by Councilor Vale. Any questions for Emily on the designation, on the report? Deputy Mayor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Unnecessary question, just thanks for the history lesson. That was a very interesting history lesson as well. I'm just thinking as a result of COVID-19 that we're probably going to see many more of these small churches are going to close, and as which are many of them happen already. So we're likely going to have more of these designations come forward too. But great report.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the designation. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Thanks, Emily. We'll move into item 8.4, Winter Festival Communication and Promotions. Rebecca Mustard, the Manager of Economic Development. There you are. Do you want to give us a quick overview, Rebecca, please?
Yes. So this report is coming from a council meeting that happened in December, where you received some correspondence regarding the creation of an annual winter festival. At that time, you asked us to come back to you with some recommendations in Q2 of this year with possible ideas of coordinating winter activities. And so that's what this report is about. There was a hope that in February of this year, there could have been some initial activity, but as you may recall, we were at a stay-at-home order at that time as well, so no activities took place. The concept of expanding tourism offerings into the winter time is very much in line with the economic development strategy, with Council's strategic plan, and with the new destination development plan that was recently approved. And so staff have come back with a three-pronged approach framework for you to consider, which are within the capacity that we have at the moment and work really well with what we've got structure-wise. So the first piece would be tourism and local marketing. The city is the destination marketing organisation for Kawartha Lakes, and every year we create marketing campaigns to promote visitation to the community. So we would put together a tourism-focused Kawartha Lakes Winter Festival campaign as part of our winter packaging. The events themselves will be led by communities and event organisers and can be marketed under this campaign. And we also have a very robust local resident communication platform that Corporate Communications looks after, and the two of those pieces could work together. The second piece would be coordinating community involvement. Staff would coordinate a meeting in the fall with event organisers who are looking at doing something at that point in time of the year to coordinate events and messaging. And Parks, Rec and Culture and Community Services will be able to look at activities that could activate municipal assets like public skating and arenas at that point in time. The third piece of this would be looking at supporting community involvement, and the existing fund that you have, Council, the Community Development Fund that's administered by Parks, Rec and Culture, includes a special event fund, which is sort of seed funding for events and would really nicely fit the niche of this program. So that's what we've got lined up as a framework for you for this initiative.
Well, and I thank you for that. I think it's great that that's come out of that proposal a while back, and that you've put that together. I think that would be exciting for our community, so thank you. What is council's wish? The motion as printed is Winter Festival communication promotions be received, that council endorse the proposed framework for a Kawartha Lakes Winter Festival in winter 2022 with the potential to continue in future years, and that this recommendation be brought forward at the next council meeting. Councillor Elmsley, you'll move it as printed. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Richardson. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Elmsley?
I don't need to, thank you.
Councillor Richardson, you're good. Any questions, comments? Good report. I'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thanks, Rebecca. Appreciate it. Okay, let's move down to 8.5 is life cycle extension, local asphalt road section candidates. Juan Rojas is going to join us and give us a quick overview on this report, and then we'll see where council wants to go. Director Rojas, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So every year for the last few years, we have a life cycle extension project approved in our capital budget. We purposely don't identify roads at the time of budget because of the main focus is to review those roads with Public Works after the spring thaw. So this report addresses that need and also addresses several resolutions of council that have come up regarding the condition of some of our roads. So those resolutions are listed starting on page 2 of 9 of this report. And the report sort of addresses several different needs. So table 1 on page 4 is basically an overview of the program. It consists of 5 different programs. So localized asphalt paving, surface treatment, micro resurfacing, surface seal, and crack seal. Now, in any given year, we address 1, 2, 3, or sometimes all 5 of them. This year, we do have the majority of our funds are going through localized asphalt paving. So table 2 is a list of works that we've put together. We've coordinated with Public Works and council resolutions to identify the list of roads that we're targeting in 2021. And so everything on table 2 is within the 2021 council approved budget. So no extra funds are required for the funds in table 2. Table 3, which starts on page 8 of 9 of the report, are roads that we do have a need to look at. However, there are funding implications as identified on the table. So should council wish to fund table 3, we have some funding recommendations on where those funds should come from. And that's essentially the overview of this report.
Thank you. So by receiving the report, table 2 is included in the current budget was already approved in the fall. So I'm going to ask for a motion to receive report ENG 2021-011 life cycle extension local asphalt road section candidates be received, and this recommendation be brought forward to council, and that will include all the road sections in table 2. So let's deal with one at a time. So can I get a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Yeo, you'll move that. Councillor Dunn, you'll second that. Any questions or comments on table 2? Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Table 2, I see that Baseline Road from Vivian to Sticky Lane, less than 500 meters, and that's fine. That's a life cycle extension, sorry. But then when I look in the paragraphs underneath, and it says Grassy Road as requested is not being considered for work under the life cycle program in 2021 as it is proposed for resurfacing in 2022. Now, I've been dealing for 4 years now on Baseline Road and been telling people for 4 years that, and as has the mayor, that Baseline Road is scheduled for being redone in 2022. So I'm a little confused and maybe fearful that engineering is now going to tell me that Baseline Road is not going to be redone in 2022. And I'd be more than happy to take it off this list if that's the case. So I'd like an answer on that.
Director Rojas, are you still with us? There you are. So I'm going to assume so I'll let you heard the question? I'm going to assume
Yes.
life cycle extension means the life cycle is extended and it's not going to be resurfaced the year after we do life cycle extension, but I'll let you speak to it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there are two justifications or intents of the life cycle extension road. So one being, keeping our good roads good, so they don't fall into disrepair, so be proactive. Another one is to minimize the amount of throwaway costs for pothole maintenance. So it doesn't make sense for Public Works to efficiently keep repairing and filling potholes on top of each other. So we save money by doing localized resurfacing as opposed to several small little pothole patches. That's sort of independent of our 5-year plan. So we would have to go through the budget process for Baseline Road to see where it is in our 5-year plan. But the good news is we're starting budget now. We're reviewing those roads, and I would have to review that list to see where it falls. But I've made a note for Baseline Road, I guess, to consider it in 2022 through the budget process.
But in the meantime, it's under for life cycle extension to repair some of the bad areas, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Councillor Yeo, go ahead.
Yeah, and I appreciate that answer because it is so full of potholes that they're starting to bury each other. I appreciate that you're looking into to see where this fits, because the answer has been for the past few years that it fits in 2022. So, and believe me, every year at the AGM, they make me repeat that several times. So on Shadow Lake. So if you can look into that, that'd be great, and keep me posted on what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Thank you. For you too, Director Rojas. Under Hazel Street from Pitts Cove Road to Thurstonia Road, now that's a lot more than 100 meters. Is that just one little section? Because I had thought that was going to be in 2023 Hazel Street. Or are we looking at Hazel Street for 22 now instead of 23?
So through the mayor to the councillor, again, life cycle extension is a small section of road. So we're talking about two different programs, right? So we have our rural resurfacing, arterial resurfacing, which we do long stretches of roads within our 5-year plan that's reviewed every year. Life cycle extension is a smaller section. So Hazel Street from Pitts Cove Road to Thurstonia Road is a smaller section. It's in the worst area. That doesn't mean in a year 2 or year 3 or within the 5 years, it still could be a candidate for full resurfacing. So this is just to get us through this hump, to buy us some time in order to resurface it properly down the road.
Okay, that's fine. That's good. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions on table 2? By receiving the motion, they're doing table 2 anyways, but we're receiving it. I'll call the question then. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. Can I recommend that we do table 3? The motion would be, if somebody wants to move it and second it, that the budget for the 2021 Life Cycle Management Capital Program 9832107 be increased by $700,000 for the purpose of accommodating additional work outlined in Table 3 of Report ENG 2021-011, that the added budget of $700,000 be funded from the Federal Gas Tax Reserve, and that through the change order process, said work be added to the contract awarded under tender 2021-33-CQ, and that recommendation be forwarded to Council at the next regular Council meeting. Councillor Elmsley, you'll move that, seconded by Councillor Vale. Any questions on Table 3? We did get extra federal gas tax money this year, so that seems like a good source of funding to improve that. Deputy Mayor O'Reilly, go ahead.
support the motion. I'm just wondering how much money we have in the reserve, that's all.
Well, I can't. We got an extra 4.6 million from the federal gas tax, and we haven't allocated that anywhere else as of yet. But I don't know if the director's on the line, and we can get you an answer on what's in that federal gas tax reserve at this point.
That's okay. That's close enough.
There she is. I think that's close enough. We have enough. Does that get you through for this one? We'll get a detail on that, and we'll get it out to you for sure. Okay, any other questions on table 3 on that recommendation? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Good. So I'm going to ask, as I sent an email, I'm going to ask council to consider if you would consider including Naylor Road as a one-off consideration. Naylor Road from Highway 35 to the gravel section is about 1,077 meters, and it would be, if we could include it at a cost of $85,000, again funded from the federal gas tax reserve, it would go a long way to helping out some businesses along that route, which I've been working with for several years. So I'm asking if councillor will consider that section of road as a one-on. Councillor Elmsley, you'll move that? Thank you. Councillor Yeo, you'll second that? Thank you. Any questions? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you, Council. Any other questions on that report? Okay, let's go down to 8.6, which is the Ken Hill Beach Road and Long Beach Road drainage issues. I believe Mike Farquhar, Supervisor Technical Services, there he is going to give us a quick overview on this one. Mike, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council. This report's in response to the resolution that we received to review drainage issues on Ken Hill Beach Road as well as Long Beach Road. The first location is Ken Hill Beach Road, east of Thurstonia Road, within that Thurstonia Park area. Ken Hill Beach Road is on the south side of Sturgeon Lake, and seasonally it sees drainage issue problems. And what we've observed in the last 2 years, usually in the first week of March thaw, we have drainage issues at 3 different locations as identified in Appendix A. At those locations, we have cross culverts that outlet to buried pipe that drain through private property, then outlets to the lake. Under those seasonal thaw conditions, we see drainage issues or flooding due to the size of culverts from observations, as well as backwater conditions caused by those culverts in those locations. Now that water flows from the south over a farmer's field, very steep hill that runs down through a water course, which then exits through outlet 3 in Appendix A on the northeast end of Ken Hill Beach, as well as at outlet 1, we see overland flow that flows over private property to Ken Hill Beach Road and inundates the cross culverts at Ken Hill Beach Road, and then overflows the road and then down to the lake in the Ken Hill Beach location. Long Beach location is there's an existing water course that starts and approximately at Long Beach Road, which then travels northeast along private property and then outlets through Long Beach Road at the outlet 1 marked in Appendix B. So in this situation, as well as Ken Hill Beach Road, we've been out investigated and seen in this location seasonally it's inundated, and you get some issues with freeze thawing. As you can see from the images in the report at the outlet, it's a very narrow channel that comes through private property and outlets through a culvert at Long Beach Road. And then under these conditions, it freezes and causes sometimes the water to overflow the road. So we've outlined these issues in the report and have brought forward a cost that could come through capital request to look at hydrology design for improving these drainage issues in these locations.
Thanks, Mike. So let's get a motion that the report ENG 2021-012 Ken Hill Beach Road and Long Beach Road drainage issues be received. And then we'll see if there's any questions. Councillor Ashmore, seconded by Councillor Elmsley. Any questions on the report? Councillor Elmsley, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's not so much on the report, and I don't know if we have sufficient information. I'd certainly like to see that drainage fixed on Long Beach Road, but I believe there is in the works or being proposed a very large project that could influence the drainage in that area. And you may know more about it than I do, Mr. Mayor. There is a meeting tonight at 6 o'clock about that project. But I'm wondering if we gave approval to go ahead and then we find out that there are going to be significant changes to where the water flows from that would mitigate the problems that are currently there now. I don't want to approve something and us go ahead and spend a bunch of money to fix something that is going to get fixed because of another development.
That's a good point. I mean, there's no planning applications in front of the city regarding that development. It's just a concept at this point. So, you know, it's really going to be, I don't know, Mike, do you have any comment on that? Not knowing when that will proceed, if at all, on a concept development behind Long Beach. Are we still, you know, maybe the way to go is to consider this as a decision unit in the fall's budget, and then we'll have more information come the fall, and maybe then we can make a more informed decision. But any comments on that, Mike?
Through you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So I had to review the location and issue based on the resolution that came before council, and at that time, I don't believe there was a concept of development for this area at that time. So I think it's probably prudent that we deal with the resolution based on the report and propose that it looks coming forward as a capital budget request to deal with the issue as stated in the report.
So if these two recommendations hadn't come forward by memo, would they be part of your regular work plan, or are these sort of an add-on that weren't part of your regular scheduled work plan over the next several years?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to council, the one location at Ken Hill Beach Road, Ken Hill Beach Road, we have been monitoring over the last 2 years, and we've seen at that exact same time frame the issue of the seasonal flooding and our existing infrastructure not being able to handle it. So we would have brought forward, or we had been looking at bringing forward that as a capital project to deal with those issues outside of the council resolution. We had subsequently, I subsequently met on site at Long Beach, I believe a year ago with the councillor, looking at that issue at the culvert at Long Beach in the channel in the water course. That wasn't part of our work plan at the time, Long Beach one, but we were looking at bringing forward and dealing with the issue at Ken Hill Beach Road.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to receive. Why don't we pass that, and then we'll see if there's any follow-up direction. So the motion is to receive the report and that recommendation be forwarded to council. We have a mover and a seconder. I'll call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Any follow-up? Do you want to, you've got costs. What is council's wish? Maybe what it's prudent to do, if I might suggest, is leave Long Beach for now, Councillor Elmsley, till we have more information. And if Ken Hill Beach Road was part of the project, then maybe, you know, if council wishes that the cost and design for the location at Ken Hill Beach Road of $45,000 be brought forward through the 2022 capital budgeting process, and just leave Long Beach for now. What are your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Councillor Ashmore?
I'll move that motion if that's okay with Councillor Emsley. Let's see.
Councillor Emsley, you good with that?
I'm fine with that as long as there's an option to include the Long Beach one in the 2022 capital budget if we have no further information.
So why don't we amend the motion then that the Ken Hill Beach one, because it was part of the work plan, be included in the 2022 capital budget, and that the 20,000 for Long Beach Road be included as a decision unit in the 2022
That works,
capital
yeah.
budget. And that gives
I
us,
was just going to suggest that.
that gives us a few options moving forward. Are you okay with that, Councillor Ashmore?
Yeah, no problem. That's great.
You'll
Yep.
second that, Councillor Helmsley?
Yep.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Call the question. All in favor? That's passed. Thanks. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, 8.7 is construction and demolition recycling pilot results and recommendation. I believe Director Robinson is going to give us a quick overview. There you are. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council, just wanted to provide a quick update on the construction demolition diversional project. We started this back in 2018 as a pilot, have continued through. This report actually wraps up that pilot and makes recommendations to council moving forward. We did have a difficult time getting the project off the ground. Their initial request for proposals and so on that went out to the public saw limited response. However, we were able to find a company, work through some of those challenges, and had a relatively successful year in 2020, even noting the challenges with COVID. If we were moved forward into this year, where we're on track to divert nearly 1,000 tons of construction demolition waste. That's specifically wood waste and with the expansion in 2020 of gypsum material. So this report's pretty standard. We're looking for maintaining the current budget of $155,000 that was in the 2021 budget, proposing it again for 2022, and to continue on that diversion effort of construction demolition waste. Moving forward, staff will continue to look for and expand opportunities for additional materials. There's other materials that could be diverted, such as shingles and so on, but trying to find a contractor and outlets to divert that waste will be a challenge moving forward. So that's the general intent of the report.
Sounds good. Thank you. Good report. I think it's great. Certainly support it. What does council want to do? Councillor Richardson, go ahead.
I'll move it as printed.
As printed, to approve the permanent construction, demolition, recycling program, Lindsay Ops landfill, with an operating budget of $155,000 in 2022. Seconded by Councillor Dunn. Thank you. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Richardson? Nope. Councillor Dunn?
Yeah, just very briefly, it's a program that works. It's saving us money, as in it's saving us landfill site. It's a program that works. I fully support it.
Agree. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. 8.8. 8.8 is improvements to the mattress recycling program. Director Robinson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council once again. The mattress recycling program was initiated and we've been successfully diverting mattresses from landfill in Lindsay. This report is seeking council direction to expand that program. Currently, we are still landfilling mattresses at Laxton, Eldon, Somerville, and Fenelon landfills because there's no ability to divert at those locations. What staff are recommending, over the past year, there's been a significant improvement to the ability for the access for public to recycle mattresses. So they can go online, they can purchase a tag, put the mattress at the curbside. It will be collected at curbside for the same price as taking the mattress to landfill. So what we're recommending effectively is to stop accepting mattresses at the Laxton, Eldon, Somerville, Fenelon landfills and direct staff or direct residents to either bring their mattresses to the Lindsay landfill or to utilize that curbside program. The benefits of using that curbside program as mattresses will then be triggered into the recycling program as opposed to being landfilled. That's the recommendation. And again, it comes with an operating budget of $145,000, which is the current budget being utilized for that diversional program.
Looks like another good one to me, but what does council want to do? Councillor Dunn, as printed? Thank you. Second by, as printed, thank you, sir. Seconded by Councillor Vale. Do you want to speak to it?
Same story as the last one, a good program. It's saving us landfill capacity, and it works, and it works at a reasonable price.
Thank you. Councillor Vale?
No, all good. Makes sense.
You're good. Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, you had a question? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Through you too, Director Robinson. We talked about this at our committee. The question was, or the idea was, like, we don't need a 53-foot trailer in the smaller landfills. Like we have one in Lindsay, 48 or 58-foot trailer, and it works great. But could we not use smaller, like a half a size, like a cube van or an older, like storage unit that could be used in those landfill sites instead of having staff and our resources move everything to Lindsay? Is that an option that we could do that instead of having everything concentrated in Lindsay? Like leave it the way it is in Lindsay, which is working out great. That trailer, I think it's a 53-foot trailer, and it's pretty well filled up every week or so, week and a half, it's empty. So could we not bring some other facilities to the other landfills, like smaller trailers to use for this program?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we have explored those opportunities due to space and constraints at those landfills. There's not a lot of opportunity. It also will impact or would impact the contract that we have with the provider that takes the mattresses away. Again, additional haul points, additional trailers, additional work. So it would be a fiscal impact to that. We're trying to maintain the program as as fiscally responsible as possible, which is having that single location of collection being at the Lindsay location. One thing I did not flag or failed to flag when I did the initial review is that we're not proposing to start this program until January 1 of 2022 to allow ample time throughout the course of 2021 for education and communication and so on in the program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? So we have the motion that council approves recycling all mattresses in the city of Kawartha Lakes and no longer accepts mattresses for disposal at Laxton, Eldon, Somerville, and Fenland landfills, and that council directs staff to present an operating budget of $145,000 for 2022 to operate the enhanced mattress recovery or recycling program, and that this recommendation be brought forward and the report be received. So that's our motion. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. 8.9 is Director Robinson is enhanced downtown winter level of service. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to council, this report is in response to council's direction from last fall to provide an enhanced level of service to our downtown cores. Two separate services to consider within this report. The first one is specifically for the BIA of Lindsay. Staff were directed to provide winter sidewalk maintenance in accordance with our standard level of service, which is a single pass on the sidewalk and placement of abrasives or salt as deemed necessary by the operation. So there's that one option or one item to consider within the report. The other option is snow removal. Council directed staff to look at the frequency of snow removal and lower the level of service from piles at 0.9 meters high and reduce that to 0.5 meters high, which effectively means that we're increasing the frequency and cycle of removal. Through 2020, we did have a relatively light year, so there's a number of factors that impacted the budget and the amount of work that was completed through 2020. What you'll see in the report is that to provide that level of service for sidewalk plowing in the Lindsay BIA is only about a $3,700 to $5,000 cost. So it's not relatively expensive to provide the level of service to plow the sidewalks. However, what that is going to do down the road is trigger expansion of that service, which is the need for an additional sidewalk unit and the additional operator at some point in the near future. So there's some details in the report specifically around that. If you look at snow removal operations, what staff are suggesting is roughly a 45% increase in level of service. Will likely, on a normal comparable year to year, we'll likely see a change in cost related to that. So you'll see probably staff are anticipating an increase of about $38,000, which would drive that budget from $85,000 to about $124,000 annually. So that's the information in general on the report. The report's written to receive only for council to consider and provide recommendations should they choose to do so.
Thank you, Director. Why don't we do a motion to receive the report, enhanced downtown winter level of service be received, and then we'll see if there's any questions. Moved by Councillor Vale, seconded by Councillor Dunn. Any questions for the Director on the report? Okay, we have a motion to receive. All in favor? That's passed. There's a couple of options here. The first option, that the pilot project put in place for Lindsay's downtown BIA district for the 2020, let me start over. That the pilot project put in place for Lindsay's downtown BIA district for the 2020-2021 winter season, waiving the current policy and bylaw 1 year and allowing Lindsay's downtown BIA district to receive the same level of sidewalk winter maintenance as other downtown areas in the city be made permanent, and that bylaw 95-04, clearing and removing snow and ice from sidewalks downtown in Lindsay, be amended to reflect the maintenance responsibilities of the City of Kawartha Lakes and adjacent property owners. That's the first option. Does anybody want to recommend moving forward with that? Councillor Deputy Mayor O'Reilly, you'll move that? Yes? Yes? Just nod.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Second by Councillor Dunn. You had your hand up. You'll second that, moving forward with that. I don't know if you want to speak to it, Deputy Mayor O'Reilly. Go ahead.
No, not at this point. Just that it's worked well in the past, and I think that the fact that I think they've been happy with the level of service, and this is going to be an ongoing discussion going forward, as you said, because but this will come up probably in future budgets as well too.
Thank you, Councillor Dunn.
Pretty much the same comments. It's working. Everybody's happy. We're getting more consistent snow removal. So it certainly adds benefit and service to the downtown, and it duplicates services often offered in other communities.
Thank you. And I will suggest that with all the development going on in Lindsay and all the new sidewalks you're going to have to plow, Director, we're probably going to need a new sidewalk machine or two over the next few years, regardless of whether we do the extra in the downtown or not. So I think that'll be part of the ongoing moving forward. So we have a mover and a seconder. Any questions on that recommendation? Comments? Questions? I'll call the question then. All in favor? And that's passed. Thank you. So the second option that Council can consider is that the trigger height detailed in Table 4, snow removal level of service, urban built-up areas, roadside of Council Policy C-124 EPW 010 roadway level of service, policy winter maintenance be adjusted for all instances detailed in the table to read 0.5 meters in place of the existing 0.9 meters. And that's across the city in our parking lots and snowbanks, is that correct? Yeah, not all parking lots, but snowbanks. Councillor Elmsley, you'll move that? Thank you. Seconder, second. Councillor Yeo, thank you. Councillor Elmsley, do you want to speak to it?
Just briefly, I'm happy to have the snowbanks removed at 0.5 meter. And I'm just hoping that, we can do it on a regular basis, because I know sometimes in the downtowns, the banks do get high. And while we didn't get a lot of snow this year and it wasn't a hard winter, there were a couple of weeks when it seemed to snow every day. And because we were plowing snow, we couldn't get back to remove the snow from the snowbanks, the windrows. So I'm hoping that things will straighten out and we can get those windrows in the downtown core gone, because it makes quite a difference, especially as was noted earlier with the number of seniors we have in our communities. So I think it's a good plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo, you seconded it. Do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, briefly, Councillor Elmby's right. Sometimes those 0.9 meter trigger was closer to 2 meter trigger by the time it stopped snowing and the snow piled up. So if this keeps it more in check and gets it out of the way faster before those big snow pile ups hit us, then I think it's a good move. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's passed as well. Thank you. Thanks, Director. Appreciate the update. We've got memos ahead of us, so let's take 4:40. Let's come back at 4:40, 8 minutes, and take a stretch because I need it, and then we'll come back and deal with our memos. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. We're back on track here. We're going to deal with memos, but I'm going to use my executive privilege, and I want to make a few comments about the whole ATV process before we get into a couple of memos here. And I'm going to say a few things, and if I upset a few people either on a task force or in the public, I apologize ahead of time for that, but there's some things that have been quelling with me for several weeks, and I just want to put a little perspective to this before we make some possible decisions here. So this discussion about road linkage between motorized portions of the trail and possible increased road access to motorized portions of the trail started last fall, as you know, when the province sort of gave that option to municipalities. Council chose to move forward on this discussion, and there's been a lot of back and forth. There's been a lot of opinions on both sides of the table. Council has also expressed an interest in exploring more options in the future, not just here today. So a task force was put together, and the members on that task force were approved by council. It made sense at the time to have ATV ridership knowledge, as the discussion was initially about linkages on areas where the trail was broken, and who better to discuss linkages than people who ride the ATVs and know where those linkages are required. But as we move beyond that into other possibilities in the fall about opening more routes, we should also include, in my opinion, other community members for a more balanced discussion. I will be recommending, after these two memos, a follow-up motion to amend the terms of reference for the task force to include 2 more members before discussions pick up again in the fall. And I want to say it is important that we do this properly, or it will fail. Pushing something through now does not mean it will be successful and does not mean it won't fail. It is okay to discuss some of these issues later this year and next year. We should not be afraid to have the discussion in an election year, and I've heard that comment. Because if we're afraid to have it in an election year, maybe we shouldn't be having it at all. If this is not done properly, the next council has the option to come in here and reverse any decision that this council makes that they felt was made rushed or made wrong. And then we failed. So we do need to do it strategically, we need to rationalize it, we need to do it safely, and we need to do it slowly. We need to listen to the comments and debate the comments. Despite what you hear from some ATV enthusiasts, the sky will not fall if we don't do it all this year. Remember, we are not taking anything away that isn't currently available. And until we get this right, I'm sorry, but put it on a damn trailer and go enjoy the trails like you have for the last 20 years. This isn't do or die. And let us, as a council, work properly with the task force and the public on having a discussion about increasing road access and linking motorized trail in a safe and deliberate manner. I do believe we should create the link in Lindsay right now, and I'll talk more about that when we get to the memo. We should do the pilot, we should review it after a year, we should make adjustments, then we can add, we can take away, we can remove it if it doesn't work, whatever we need to do. But we can also, more importantly, use that information for other areas of the city and draw on that for what's working and what's not working so that we get it right as we slowly move forward to other areas of the city. We all have different interests, and we need to respect that. And not everybody has in this discussion over the last few months. There are irresponsible idiots in our community, and they are in the minority. And they are in everything we do. But that behavior cannot be what we base our decision on, nor should it be. Most of our population are very responsible individuals, and walking, biking, horseback riding, or ATVing is no different. Safely having fun is something we could all use a little more of these days, but it cannot be at others' expense. We've heard comments about manufacturers, you know, they're not supposed to be used on roads, they're only for trails. We haven't really had a discussion about that. That is the manufacturer's label. It's on an ATV. But we all know that riding on trails at 60 kilometers an hour is very different from riding on a paved surface at 20 kilometers an hour. We talk about risk management, and we haven't had a discussion about that, but we did get a letter. You know, we have risk management in everything we do. I'm not an expert on it. We do winter control on our sidewalks. We could choose not to do winter control on our sidewalks and reduce some of that risk. We made a decision years ago to docks on municipal property, that we didn't want to remove all the docks. We were going to let people have a license so that they could enjoy their docks on municipal property, but we are taking on a risk when we made that decision, and council knew what that risk was, and we took on that risk so that people could, we accepted the risk, and we're trying to improve the way our community works. I've heard environmental concerns, and we haven't had a discussion about that. But I checked with the manufacturer. These four-stroke engines are EPA certified. They're very small engines. They're like a small car. And when somebody makes an argument that, you know, we're harming the environment by linking a trail through Lindsay, I think there's an argument to be made that putting an ATV on a trailer and trailering up north is probably putting more emissions into the air than that ATV is going through Lindsay at this time. So all I'm trying to say is there's arguments on both sides of this debate. And you've heard about the health concerns today from our health doctor. And these are things that have just been bit bothering me, and that's about my 9th version of what I wanted to say. Thank you for letting me rant. I just wanted to put it into a bit of perspective. It just concerns me that we're not having the good, respectful conversation that I would hope we have. It's either I own an ATV and I should be able to go wherever I want, or I don't own an ATV and they shouldn't be allowed to go, you know, on any road linking any trail. And it's unfortunate that we can't have a conversation with most, and not all, because some do, and have a conversation about, you know, how do we do this responsibly if council chooses to go that direction? And we have chosen to go that direction. So on that note, I'll turn it over to Councillor Dunn to give us an overview of your first memo, Councillor Dunn, which is about a linkage for the trail in Lindsay. And then when you've given your overview, I'll just ask you to let me run through the individual routes, the motions, once you've said what you need to say, and we'll see what council wants to do. So go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so just on the actual motions, just so I'm on the same page, I guess, as you are, my intention would be to the individual motions would be dealt with one by one, as opposed to an omnibus thing. So my first motion, of course, would be to receive rather than do anything else, is just to receive. So as a general overview, we've done a lot of study on this. You know, contrary to popular belief, we've got a lot of feedback from various groups. There is a general. It's hard to say what the majority wants because the majority doesn't get involved. We've run a series of petitions. One petition was brought forward with 89 signatures on it saying, no, we don't want it. Another petition was created on org.com or whatever, and it's not a format that we use. But still, 4,000 people commented on it. When we broke the numbers down, it broke down to 10,058 of the 4,700 plus that commented, that voted in favor of it. 10,058 were from Kawartha Lakes. 423 of them were from Lindsay. They voted in favor of it. That was their position. So you're right. The positions are different. We ran our own survey, and at various levels, 75% of the people that answered the survey said that they're in favor of finding a linkage. So it's not, but only 2,000 and some odd filled out the survey. So We don't have a majority on anything. Just out of curiosity, I looked up the number of people that voted. 38% of the people voted in the city of Kawartha Lake, so we didn't even have a majority there. So it's a decision council's got to make that we move forward. There's been 3 routes that have been identified and recommended going through the town of Lindsay. I've outlined fairly clearly. Now, what happens once we get to the Victoria Avenue? There's one route. Once you get to Victoria, our recommended route is up Victoria to Elgin Street, west on Elgin Street if you're going north, west on Elgin Street to Angeline Street to Thunderbridge Road, and Thunderbridge Road to the trailhead. Every part of that route was discussed and thought out. Victoria Avenue, because it's wide, it's got a boulevard going down the middle. There's lots of room to access. We can run cars and ATVs up that road without a problem. Elgin Street caused some concerns. It is a residential street, or a good portion of it. It's a residential street until you get into the commercial area after you pass Adelaide. And we looked at Colburn Street and we looked at Orchard Park. We had heard some concerns about schools. Elgin Street doesn't have a school on it, so we're not running past schools. It is a 20-kilometer, and I appreciate the comments made by Mr. Ferguson. The speed limit is 20 kilometers. It's not our choice, it's the government's choice. That's what the city, or that's what the province says. It's 20 kilometers. 20 kilometers is a safe speed. So that's everything north. Once we get to Victoria, we had 3 recommendations that were accepted by the task force to get from the trailhead to Victoria Avenue. One was put forward by a senior member of council that came up 36. I had some concerns about it. The 4 members that ride ATVs, the mayor being one of them, said it's an acceptable route. It will work. I have concerns about safety, and that's fine. I'm not an ATV rider, so I don't know, and I'll accept that. But the pinch point over the bridge caused me concern. The 2 routes recommended on Logie Street, and I've written it all down, and I'll deal with that argument when I get there. Caused concerns about running down Logie Street. People didn't want them on Logie Street. Well, the route going south on Logie Street, there are no residences facing on the street, but there are bike lanes. And if cars park there, that's a concern. I have a concern with cars parking anywhere where there's bike lanes, because you have a 3-foot gap, you have a car, and then you have the road. So kids getting out the inside, where you always tell your kid to get out, is opening his door into a bike lane. And we all know the horror stories of Toronto. So those are my opening remarks on receiving the motion, and I'll make a motion to receive. And if I get a seconder, I guess we can take a vote on it, and we'll turn the voting mechanism over to the mayor.
Thank you. So we have a motion to receive the memo. Appreciate that overview. Can I get a seconder to receive it only? Councillor Richardson, thank you. Any discussion on receiving the memo? I'll call the question then. All in favor? That's passed. So the memo's received. So I think what we'll do is we'll leave, if it's okay, Councillor Dunn, we'll leave the at least 2 ORV routes through the town be approved, and we'll just deal with them individually, and we'll see if council wants to approve any of them or one of them or all 3 of them. And we'll just take them one at a time. So there's 3 routes there. The first route that council approved, the following route, and this are recommendations from the task force: the VRT trailhead at Logie Street to King Street, King Street to Lindsay Street, Lindsay Street to Wellington Street, Wellington Street to Victoria Avenue, Victoria Avenue to Elgin Street, Elgin Street to Angeline Street, Angeline Street to Thunderbridge Road, and Thunderbridge Road to the VRT trailhead. So that's one of the routes that was recommended. You've got the memo in front of you. You can read it as well as I can. There are 2 other routes. What does council want to do with this? And I will speak to it. Councillor Dunn, go ahead.
I'll move that recommendation.
You'll move that that be one of the routes included in the pilot project?
I will.
Thank you. Second? Councillor Seymour Fagan, thank you. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Dunn? Just that route only?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it's the shortest route. And by virtue of the shortest route, it's the least amount of time on a roadway. It's a good route by virtue of the fact that it's the shortest route, makes it the safest route. The holdback, if I was going to describe an issue with that particular route, is that we cross the Wellington Street Bridge, which is a busy bridge. But other than that, I think it's the best of the three options.
Thank you. Councillor Seymour Fagan, you seconded it. Do you want to speak to it? No? Okay. Any other questions on that route? Comments? Councillor Elmsley?
I just want to be clear on what we're doing here. All we're doing is approving routes that if this pilot project is adopted, would be where the ATVs go. We are not approving the pilot project to go forward at this time. Is that correct?
No, Council has already approved linking the trail in Lindsay from the south to the north. Council's already made that motion. They want to link the trail. So these are the routes coming forward from the task force that would be the routes as part of the pilot project moving forward. Council's already approved a 2-year pilot project with a review after 1 year on any recommendation, including these routes through Lindsay.
Okay, so with your comments, taking into effect your comments, once we do this, how do we add to the task force and have further discussion if it's a done deal?
The further discussion the task force is going to have in the fall are the previous resolutions Council passed regarding other rural roads, linking Bethany to the Ganaraska Forest, hopefully the Bobcaygeon route, but I'll speak to that when we get to the Bobcaygeon memo, and any other rural roads that Council wants to add as trail linkage in the fall. Right now, what we're doing is just dealing with the Lindsay route only, which the current task force has made recommendations on, and that's what we're asking Council to make a decision on. Again, we don't have to approve anything here today. I'm just saying these are the recommendations brought forward by the task force.
Yeah. Well, I'll say that of all the routes, this is the route that I would support, and I'm not in favor of more than one route. I'm only in favor of one route and the same route returning. So those are my comments for the rest of the other two motions. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I will comment on it. I believe we should only approve one route as well. I agree with you. As part of the pilot, do one route. Let's see how it works. If a year from now they want to add to it or change it, we can do that. I will not support this route. I was very clear at the task force. I think the 36, Highway 36, Golden Mile Road, yes, you're going up a highway, but it's a bypass around the whole Logie Street area and our park and the bike routes in Lindsay, and it takes a little longer. There's a few concerns, but we're all taking concerns when we choose to take this bypass route. So I will only be supporting the route on Highway 36, not either of these two routes, but I agree with you, we should only be supporting one route. Deputy Mayor O'Reilly, go ahead.
Thank you very much to you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd just like to thank the committee, Chair Councillor Dunn and Councillor Seymour Fagan and Councillor Tracy and all the other members for all the hard work that they put into this. I'm sure there's a lot bigger job than they thought it was going to be from the beginning. I just said, I've talked to an awful lot of people. First of all, I've owned ATVs off and on our farm our whole life sort of thing.
I think he fell off his ATV. We'll come back to Councillor O'Reilly when we get him back. Any other comments or questions anybody wants to make on this route or questions? I just want to add that to my previous comments that you know, this is a route recommended by the ATV task force, and I respect that. It is the most direct route. It is the shortest route. It might be the safest route. I won't argue that. But you know what? This is about compromise. And we keep saying we need to compromise if we're going to make this work for everybody. And we have another viable route that bypasses that whole residential area of the city where our new park is. And I think we should take a serious look at, if we're going to compromise, it's not what's best for the ATV users, it's not what's best for the residents, it's a compromise. And if we can send them around a large portion of the city by going up Highway 36 and in on Queen, then I believe we should do that. But that's just my comments on this application, this motion. Any other questions or comments on this motion? Or we're going to just take a second here and try and find out where Councillor O'Reilly is. Oh, he's coming back on and see. There you are. We thought you fell off your ATV.
The computer shut down on me.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. As I said, I just want to thank Chairman Dunn and Councillor Seymour Fagan and Councillor Richardson for all the hard work that they put into this as well. Sort of thing. I just said, I'm an ATV owner. We've owned them off and on the farm. We certainly have enjoyed them for the years we've had them. But I certainly said that the majority of people that I have been talking to in the town of Lindsay certainly are not in favor. I've talked to a number of people that own ATVs, and they certainly do not. They own trailers now, as has been said before. And I know we have a unique situation because coming from the south up here, other municipalities don't have the same trail connection that we've already voted on to try and connect. That being said, we heard from the doctor today, and I think it was pretty obvious today, the information we've heard from a number of people, both for and against. But I certainly think that I'm certainly representing a group of people in the town of Lindsay that certainly aren't the majority of the people I've talked to that aren't in favor of allowing them on the streets in Lindsay. There certainly has been I know a number of people we've talked about in other municipalities, Peterborough, Cobourg. Cobourg's good comparable, something similar. The northern municipalities certainly don't allow them. And I certainly don't think that it certainly is something that we need on our streets in Lindsay. And secondly of all, Logie Street is a street that I think is a busy arterial road as well. We got bike lanes. We're going to have new construction over there with new units being built. So I certainly heard from lots of people over in that area, and they're certainly not in favor of it going down Logie Street, either north or south. So my position will be that I don't support it going ATV or OTVs in the town of Lindsay on any of the streets. Thank you for my comments.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? And then I'll ask Councillor Dunn to sum up. So just for clarity, so everybody's clear, we're just voting on the one route, the first proposed route that Councillor Dunn proposed from the memo, just the one route only. And then we can decide whether you want to do more routes or whether you want to do this route or whether you don't. So Councillor Dunn, do you want to sum up?
If you click on the bottom. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everything has pretty much been said. This route, by the way, is also the route that impacts the least number of residences. I know that you're strongly in favor of 36, but it does impact a lot more residents. It just impacts different residents. This is the shortest and safest route. It's the most direct route, and I hope you support this motion.
Thank you. So is everybody clear on the motion? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Motion passes. Thank you. So there are two other routes here. The second route, that council approved the following route. We can either do it as an additional pilot or not. The VRT trailhead at Logie Street to Lindsay Street South, Lindsay Street South to Russell Street, Russell Street to Cambridge Avenue, Cambridge Avenue to Peel Street, Peel Street to Victoria Avenue, Victoria Avenue to Elgin Street, Elgin Street to Angeline Street, Angeline Street to Thunderbridge Road, Thunderbridge Road to the VRT trailhead. That would be an option for a second route if council wants to add a second route as part of the pilot project. So you're coming off the trailhead at Logie Street, you've approved going north on Logie. Now this is an option to go south around by our park onto Lindsay and then an area through some of the downtown. What is council's wish? Councillor Dunn?
I'll make that motion.
You'll make that motion as a second route as part of the pilot project?
I will.
Thank you. Seconder, second? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? Councillor Ashmore, are you seconding it?
I'll second that.
Second it, okay. Councillor Dunn, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, it's the same argument. Now going south, it's a 1 kilometer shot from Logie Street down to Lindsay Street. It takes the pressure off of the bridge. It's a good, strong alternative. The task force recommended 2 routes. It gives options rather than everybody going the one way. It is a second option, and I'm putting it forward as a second. It just gives options for if the one route is if we have problems at the bridge, we've got a second route to get around. But that's my argument in favor of it.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, do you want to speak to it?
It's a plan B, so I think it's a good secondary route, a second option. So I'll support the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. I will again speak against the route for the obvious reasons. I think going through the downtown is a terrible idea at this point. I think if you want to have a pilot project and a route, then you've approved a direct route, the simplest, directest, fastest route through Lindsay. That should be what the pilot project starts with, and you can always add another route at another date. Taking them south on Logie Street past our new park, I just think is not the best idea in the world. So I certainly won't be supporting this. We don't need 2 routes as part of a pilot project, in my opinion. Any other questions or comments? Councillor O'Reilly? You're on mute, Councillor O'Reilly.
Sorry, I just said, just speak against the motion as well, for some of the same reasons I said before. I think Logie Street is too busy of a street. We got a beautiful new park over there. We got bike lanes and whatever. And so anyways, and that and other streets in Lindsay, I don't believe that they should be on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? I don't think you need to sum up, Councillor Dunn, unless you have something to add.
No, I'm good. I'm just
You're
bringing
good?
forward the recommendations.
Everybody's clear on the second route option as part of the pilot project for Lindsay? Okay, so that's the motion to second that. I'll call the question. All in favor? 1, 2. That motion fails. So the third that is the Highway 36. I'm going to assume that with the route we have, there's not much point in approving a bypass around. Nobody's going to go the longer route when we have an approved option through Logie Street. So I'll just leave it at that. Is there anybody has any issues with that third option? We'll just leave it be. Okay, and then I need the motion that these recommendations be forwarded to council for consideration at the next regular council meeting. Councillor Dunn, seconded by Councillor Yeo. All in favor? That's passed. And just for clarification, so the public knows, anybody who's watching, these is one route directly through Lindsay that council's supporting to recommend it to the next council meeting for support. We are not talking about access from different roads in Lindsay onto this route to access the new link through Lindsay. This is the link, the only ATVs, no side-by-sides, only ATVs are allowed on this link road only as they go through Lindsay as part of the pilot project. So I just wanted to offer that clarification. Any other comments on the Lindsay memo? Okay, so we'll move over to 9.2. Thank you for that, Councillor Dunn. We'll move over to that 9.2, which is the memorandum regarding off-road vehicle use on city roads task force recommendations from Bob Cajun. Councillor Dunn, I'll turn it over to you. Give us a bit of an overview on how you came up with this, and we will go from there.
Amy, in this case, there is only one recommendation, so when I make the motion, I will be making it for a receive and adopt, or sorry, receive and recommend. We had quite a discussion on this one. The task force elected to concentrate on working in the urban area as an opening vision. And we would discuss the rural link-ups at a later date, probably as part of our September process. So right now the recommendations are strictly within the boundaries of Bob Cajun. They hooked the trailer park up down by the arena. This allows ATVs in Bob Cajun, and those that, if they have access from outside of Bob Cajun, can come into Bob Cajun. It hooks up County Road or City Road 8.